Hello, viewers. Okay. Alright, this is Racing Lagoon, a driving RPG made in 1999. Yes, it is an RPG where the primary mechanic, the primary way of conflict resolution, everything about it is about being a street racer at night. First thing we're going to do is change the controller that you can't actually effectively move the throttle to the shoulders because the world map throttle can't be mapped, but you can move the side brake to it. Action speed fast. Of course, we have 4 window textures. This is the one that's funny because it's Square RPG. Save the changes, even though it doesn't really matter, because we're going to be starting a new game. This game is normally speed ran with the New Game Plus, because all New Game Plus does is let you skip cutscenes. For a really, really longathon, we're not going to be skipping cutscenes. You're not going to be relying on that mechanic. Sure, I'm finished saving my settings. This came out the same year as the old Dreamcast Tokyo Extreme Racer. So they were both kind of leaning into a moment, I guess. At least when they started. New game, and that's gonna throw me at the save window. When I confirm out of the save window is when time starts. So when I hit yes here, even though that includes entering the name, which we're going to have to do. All right. In the game with the choosing settings. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, timer start. All right. No cutscene skips. This is going to take a while. Game likes cutscene. First thing we do though is enter the name. The name entry system. Up. 4 characters is not. Don't do it. The English patch uses this as first and last name. That's not what they are in the Japanese version. So the way that they map into the various sections of the game is weird. And so rather than risk not showing the right name, I'm just going to double up. In Japan, it's name and call sign, first and last. Remember, this is not how you should drive in real life. They're correct. This is not how you should drive in real life. So yeah, scene opens in Yokohama, 1999. Around midnight. This game, it's cool. So you might note, if you are a fan of role-playing games in general, you might note Bahamut Lagoon. Many of the people who worked on Bahamut Lagoon worked on this. You can tell the soundtrack is the same people. And so kind of feel that influence. Additionally, this is an English patch. This was never released in any other region than Japan. Here we're getting our kind of teaser story. That guy is a crazy driver. That turb will come up again. You barely told us anything, but that's enough for fairy tale. Sure, whatever, dude. Our own story is just getting started. That's a good point. It's a good point. Night is singing for us. Meet Akira and Makoto. I don't know what they were doing with the modeling rigs here. For the character. Actually, I don't. They're awaiting Iki. Three cars race into view. Have the red car, the white car, and the blue car. We're not actually going to see the person in the blue all in this cutscene. I don't think. It's weird. This is Iki, built like a bunch of triangles. That blue and yellow car driver is the guy in the cap, and the guy in the red, that's us. That is us. Prologue night, Crimson Moon. That's right. It's fitting. It's fitting that we are starting at night and we're going to go all night, because that's what racing is all about in this game, is night racing. There are 4 races that do not happen at night. One of them at basically dusk, one of them at dawn, 2 of them during. Everything else is it. Why's that? Enzo is ain't exactly happening. What are you on about? You've been living under the rock, my man! This is Enzo introducing us to the way that the game works. Also, Kenzo's talking about something. And Legend is about to be reborn, he says. But Legend, who knows? Everyone know the rule? Takes it you. BLR versus Night Race. E versus Akira. BR, BLR. Keisuke is the 3rd string of Night Race. It's who we are going to be. Beat him in his orange stupid car and his stupid face. Looting? This is the game mechanic. In certain races, if you beat them, you can spend RP that you get for winning things. Take parts from their car. That is meant to be the primary method of getting stuff in the game. It is kind of not going to be how we're doing it. Because there's one thing that we get through RP that's really, really important. The rest of it we kind of buy. Alright, so here's where we get set up this character. Cho, or RRLAT, like, just isn't, like, into this. Right? Like, he's just like, he's on BLR, he's on the team, but but he's not, like, gung-ho about the situation. Alright, so this is the plan. We want to be ahead of the 5th place player. Guy in the blue car is Kyoji, he's the 4th place player. Racer. Is what the race course is going to look like, this loading screen camera view. I wonder what it's loading, given that like it clearly has the map loaded through this flyover. Whatever. I am playing on a gray PSX. Typically, it looks like PS2 is what's standard use, and I don't have access to Japanese PS2. All right, race on. Right. you're going to you feel there's a bit of lag in this first curve. There's generally not this many cars on the screen. How you can tell that you're playing on hardware. If you're a fan of racing, anime, or manga, or anything, you should be able to recognize that we're basically driving the car from Initial D. You know, it's a Levine, which is a sister to the Terreno that is ran in that game. But it's obvious what the reference is meant to be. It's not subtle. This came out a few years after Initial D's run finished. Also after the other big kind of anime that this whole thing will be reflecting, which is Wangam is a one-season anime that is of the same period, right? Blue guys, Kyoji is just being annoying. We don't actually have to beat him, but like the speed run, so I don't have to beat him. The faster I finish, the better life is. It slows down into every curve. Yet to get it out of the way, the enemy cars do not follow physics. They do not follow AI. They do not follow, like, they have a route to run, and that's basically what they do. You can interfere with that somewhat, but, like, if you try and shove one into the rail, it will go over it, for example. What is why does the camera not doing? Sorry. Die off screen or somehow or something? Anyway, so yeah, now show's suddenly like all in. Just like, oh, shit, I love racing. Racing got me hot and sweaty. Okay, okay, I can camera after hippo. This in Japanese, the cutscene stops here. I talked to the translator because the English takes too long enough to render. They miss the cut to kill the cutscene, and so it plays to its eventual conceptual conclusion. Right, like it's done with the thing that it can run as a cutscene and then transitions, right? So like that is the big thing that means that the English will always be slower than the Japanese if you were to try and speedrun it. Anyway, these faces, we will see most of these faces. No, only most. No, we will. We'll see all of them. We'll see all these faces in the course of the game. But yeah, here we get them talking about the fastest legend. Some tiny hinting about 10 years ago, right? This with the birth of a new legend. Melt away into the hot wind. This game is kind of tries to be poetic, and a lot of the English translation work was in trying to keep that poetry, right? Poetry doesn't translate, right? Like not directly. So a lot of the the skill of this translation is in making the game feel like it does, making the game feel like what it kind of feels like when it's Japanese. Yeah, here again shows just like, oh, hey, of course you didn't. Car is so much better than ours. Like he's 20 seconds faster on the laps. Guess it was his first night racing, even though he joined like a couple weeks ago. All right. In this, you can kind of feel some of the Saga Frontier notes using. This game is a single save slot per card. As this is a marathon, I will be making safety saves. Normally, we don't bother, as the game isn't really punishing for the most part. In that sense. All right. That said, since we're not skipping cutscenes, right, like all of our time losses are likely to be magnified. Midnight +1, a first night. The game's nights are not necessarily like one after the other, but this one is just kind of the next. Basically. Change my note. Braved an answer. And maybe a burger. Who knows? Boop, 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 boop. Had to go back there. Back where? It's all gone. Yeah, no. Hologram dream. I don't know. Check your fuel gauge, I guess. The manic headlights. Manic headlights is a weird description. Hey, we have a phone. Neat. Cell phones existed. Oh, baby! Look at those bricks! Oh my god. You usually skip this cutscene. I'd forgotten. They're just all like giant gray bricks. I love it. Yeah, the Lagoon Go is kind of how the dialect was referred to. Figuring out the speed of that is beyond me. Buddy. Cars. Oh, it's that orange crusty. Where's Iki? Spilled beans. Woo! Took me up a month. I didn't take any of your parts! Continuity errors abound. Right, you don't do what the game expects you to. Two total losers. But last night, need to go back and feel it again. I've defended off idiots like I'm finally where I was meant to be. Why? Brand new feeling. Know what it really means. I wanna know what speed is. To show me. All right, great. We're out of the cutscene. What does that mean? It means we're gonna have a different cutscene. Look at this, baby. This is pure PSX rendering. Gears would be proud. Yeah, the orange and green are just had those two guys in the thing. Driving brings the heat. Yeah, it does. Oh, baby. That's what Iki said to me when he asked me to join the team. And if you stick around long enough, find out just hot again. Alright, let's go to the first battle. This is where the game introduces you to the fact that bullet encounters, random encounters. You can flash another car, or if another car flashes you when you're moving, it's battle time. In the 90% speed run, we just auto forfeit this. I'm not going to, because if I'm going to race this game for 12 hours, I want this. Winning this gives me access to gives me access to like the second best body in the game. Basically. So I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take the. The star is a file the serial numbers off name for Camry. If I remember correctly, a lot of the things in this game are, right, like name filed off pieces. Like there's no mistaking what they are, but obviously this game doesn't have a license, right? Like for any of the things it does. There it is. So yeah, this game has handbrake turns, so there is access to a lot of drifting. That nav, you're only going to see that nav in the first 2 races. I'm about to take it off, because it weighs 40 kilos. This is not a challenging. The tutorial race. Like it's the tutorial to random encounters race. But yeah, like the 38 there is Iki's time. We're 14 seconds slower than Iki, right? Lap times. Anyway, congratulations. We got experience for our engine, chassis, and body that are currently equipped. Get the ability to take stuff. Take the star body. Costs just 5,000 of our RP. Start with 5,000. Right, now this is the equipment screen. Rip that nav out. Eat it. Change the body to our aero kit. Downforce. Alright. Exactly. Bullet encounters to get rewards. Right. Also, we don't, as I mentioned, we don't save. I'm going to go here to introduce you to the save mechanic for this game. Right, like these are save gas stations are save points. And also we're going to meet Kyoji. Our first format of part-timers. Is also how like initial D, right? Like the county crowd, right? Like the protagonist crowd is all just people that were tested. Rally the troops. Free filter. Yeah, better than filter we had. Yeah, no, it's funny. He's like, I'm gonna take your engine. But they can't take our engine in a race, but we can absolutely take theirs. It's hilarious. Hold up, this is a gas station. How about a quick GS? A what? Bro, we used to work here. GS is for gauge station and gas station. Fill them up at every GS station. Remember to GS. Let's have a GS. Piping hot GS coming right up. Yep. That's the game. That's everything. Save. Us. Here. Oh, I really did want to over. That is the lingo. Everybody loves a piping hot GS. I sure am finished saving data. All right. Generally, we avoid random encounters. However, generally we don't buy the things. Normally we have 5,000 more money. I do here normally. Quick drive by. I would have bought that black car. I don't think the white car is worth much. I mean, it's in Japan, so it's definitely none of those things. Oh, shoot. Oh, this thing actually got a good PWR. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. It's one of the Motomoshi Queens in their street car, not in their, okay, yeah, no, we might actually lose this one. Okay, and we're doing this road reversed. All right. Let's see how bad this is. Okay, good. We got in front of her. I have reasonable confidence this driver because of the team that it is from. Now we just make sure get us. She may have a lower PWR, but she's a drag racer. At higher speed, she's disadvantaged. The Motomochi Queens are Chinatown's racing crew, and they do drag races. It should. They came out the same year. Both of them two very different angles on the same concept. 2,900. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. But that 2,900 does a lot to make up for the what I spent there. And then the being able to sell the levying will be the rest. All right, no, we're good. All right. No more need to fight. Let's get on with the plot. I would rather pause and take the hit for the start menu load than get in a fight. Time-wise. All right, welcome to Gaikokujin Graveyard. Foreigner's Graveyard. That's another way to refer to it. Uh-oh, there's Kenzo. There are, more Night Rangers hassling people, threatening Yuka. Help him out? He called us! What do you mean it's not your problem? Oh, what's going on again? And then we jump in our cars and run away! Graveyard downhill. This is a fairly squirrely course. Not a fan, but if you don't beat the other two guys, you get text boxes of shame. So we're going to be trying to avoid text boxes of shame mainly here. Talking about RP routing game, the shops don't take RP, they take money. There's going to be a bit of there's money routing and RP routing. Sometimes one is actually the other. The gentle ones, then for some reason this 90-degree piece of garbage. Oh. Then we have this heavy turn into very narrow little downhill. I did not start it fast early enough. Any more room if we want to avoid the text boxes of shame. It's going to be another right turn. Again, late. We're gonna get text boxes of shame, more than likely. Why I'm so slow on the draw. Okay. Ugh, and too heavy on the inside. Am I gonna get beat by both of them? I am. Embarrassment. Oh well. Just time. Time is a thing we have. One material difference between this and Tokyo Extreme Racer is Tokyo Extreme Racer happens exclusively on the highways. We don't get access to the highways for a couple of days yet. couple of nights, I should say. All right, these are the text boxes of shame. Rescued by codename Showtime. Chase us down and then leave us. See, it's a pun. Fish, crimps. And then Kenzo gets in a dagger on you too, which is super embarrassing. And then, okay, the rest of these text boxes are the same. Eat, except challenge. Why is it Keisuke's challenge? Kira is the... There's Yuka. He's being held in his car, that night orange Grassi. Along Lagoon Wharf. Could be nearby. Let's split up and find her. Her later. Excellent night, bro. Yeah. Jerks. Not going to the Cosmic Big Wheel. We're gonna do a little more on a day 2. This is our target. We have to flash them twice because jerks. Flash them once. And we a couple of text boxes. Up speed. There we go. All right. Another cutscene we normally get to skip. I know who he's messing with. He just raced, man. It was yesterday. Oh, it's that star. They know I picked up a star, apparently. And there's Yuka. That is a very awkward position to have put in. Like, super rigid legs, like it's across the small back seat. It's not very comfortable. All right, this race ends when you get past the Ishikawa. The earliest you can realistically do this is after the first big turn. Second big turn is kind of normal case, and anything after that is bad. The worst case is that you don't catch them by the big turn in the second lap. In that case, you have to run them down again. So you're going to try not to get that outcome. If you play reasonably tight past them in the first turn, if you do that, you might not get them. You are faster than them, and you take the corner. You can take them in the straights and the curves, basically. They really slow down. Not quite that heavy, Mike. Yeah! Get bent! Alright. Good. Yep. So, Keisuke is one night racer. Makoto is a night racer's second in command. Yeah. Building up Makoto. And also letting you know that there's daylight between Keisuke and the kind of upper echelons of that racing of the night. We never talked to Yuka or Flashback. Why are people so hung up on speed? It must feel amazing. Sure. Stuff. Anyway. Boom! And Makoto puts him on the ground. This is the romantic sounding music. Might as well consider it Yuka's theme. Buddy, you turned from meh to speed racing into I have to speed race everything. I feel like your emotions are pretty volatile. The night is completed. Farewell. Thank you. First night completed. This is not the shortest night. It is pretty. Sure am. The third night is the shortest night. It's not really a question. That said, this night introduces a time passes when you do stuff mechanic that they don't use again. And it's only for this night. Like, there are things that become unavailable if you take too much time. And time is measured by any time you leave the map screen. I'm gonna do 2 extra things that we wouldn't normally do in the speed run this night, because one of them emphasizes the story, and another one emphasizes the story while giving me a few more resources. Its opening act is a race between me and Makoto. I'm sure he had Kyoji. 3 hours till showtime. Yep. Game tells you you're on a time limit, and then actually enforces the time limit, which is something RPGs basically never do. So that at least is interesting. All right, time to get philosophical. We're watching a subway and or train. Suit of speed. Take back our freedom. And recover our lost memory. What? Alright, here's Nakana. She'll introduce us to the unofficial races, which are extra races you can do for profit and or completion. We will have to engage this. Not for me, not right now. Got other things to do, baby. That's right, we're gonna do 3 things. We're gonna watch the tutorial, we're gonna go to the big wheel, and we're gonna go to the baseball stadium. Right? And that's 3 of the 5 times we get to do something for the race starts. Drive on the left side of the street, it actually really matters. All right. I do not remember Iki being a part of this event. Normally we don't do this in the speedrun, so. I 100%ed the game earlier this year. And again, I only started running it earlier than a racing lagoon. Skillful, unbothered, focused, well moisturized. I don't know what that means. Doesn't make much sense. Keep up with him outside a race? Anyway. Do I get back and go to the map again? So, do the thing. Great. Makoto? Oh, Makoto's not here tonight? Makoto was here. Well, alright. Bummer, dude. Treat. Get the tutorial. Because the tutorial is goddamn hilarious. This is the tune-up shop for the team. Machine gun torque! All that would possibly mean. Tuning tutorial. All right, everybody. This is content. This is top-tier content right here. This is the game explaining to you why this is an RPG. There's Iki. There's Kenzo. Yeah, you gotta learn how to tune. Engine, chassis, and body complete. Speed, engine, agility, chassis. Right. What about the engine? Heart and soul of your car. Remember how you junction magic with your Guardian Force in Final Fantasy VIII? Your park just increasing your engine stats in the same way. My favorite GF is Bahamut, in case you were wondering. Mine's Tonberry King, says Kenzo. I got the engine unit. No. All the terms are about how the crankshaft is driven. Big numbers are max power and max torque. Are they important? It's top speed. It is attack power in Final Fantasy or a Saga Frontier. Blue line is power RPM. And this is actually fairly standard. See graphs like this. Torque is the base stat for power, like strength. Kilogram meters. So yeah, if you don't understand how cars work in essence, right, the amount of right, like the torque is literally how much work are you doing, right? Like, or rather, how much force you're delivering to the road, really. And that's what, and it's just a curve because at different RPMs, the machine does a better or worse job at that delivery. Right. Power similarly, right? So like you'll see those curves where like ideally, right, like you set up the gearing of your car such that it spends as much time as possible in the high parts of that curve, right? Like that's how it works. If a car is well tuned for racing, it spends as much time as it can at the top ends of those curves, depending on what it's trying to do. For instance, coming like torque, right? Like is right? Like it's what you use to when you go like into like first gear, right? Like you're increasing the torque delivery, right? Like in a normal, standard consumer car, right? And same thing with low gearing with bikes, right? Like you're trying to push yourself up a hill, so you need to do more work, right? Like you need to access the most work that you can do, right? Like in the process. Right, like, whereas like long term, right, like you want to be gears on a flat, right? Like it's not about the torque so much as it is. Anyway, these are the types of car body frameworks. Right. All of these are roughly relevant. But yeah, front, rear, front, rear, middle, rear, and four-wheel drive. Right. Drivetrain, chassis parameters, wheelbase, stability. What's it based on? Back, front, rear, the distance between the wheels, better cornering, right? Like the wider your legs are, basically, right? Ground clearance, lower centers of gravity, improve stability. All of these concepts are realistic, even if the game itself is obviously not realistic. Right, and then it again tells you that the chassis, engine, and body level, and the slots are where you put your gear. Right? Very explicit. Right? Like this is the game explaining to you why this is an RPG framework. He says body is only about coolness, but that's not actually true. Body determines a lot of very important things. Your forces, right? Yeah, arrows affect the front generally. Spoilers affect the rear, and CD is the coefficient of drag. The lower, the better. Right? And the star has a much lower CD than the initial levying body, and also weighs 30 less pounds. That's why, like, I enjoy getting it when we're not, like, almost done with the... I skip this again? All right, buddy. We did it. We watched the tutorial. I have absolutely had enough of this stupid tutorial. All right. Yeah, engine swaps are, not... Engine swaps in this game are incredibly unrealistic as opposed to some other games. Like, this is an arcade racer. It's not... Right, like, this is, it is what it is, right? Like, but it's obviously not, like, your hardcore racing mechanical game. All right, Big Wheel Street. Yeah, this game aero kits change the car's shape quite drastically. Right, so again, this is the Yuka music. Even Fate? What? Oh, call that a coincidence. Oh, your car parked here. Really? All flashed right before my eye. Sure, it was very... drive. Then what? Over here, Yuka. What a race. Is this on the test course? I thought this was on Big Wheel Street. Maybe I'm remembering it. Yeah, she drives that boxy thing, a Mini. Yeah, she is on Bay Lagoon Racing, although she is much like the rest of us, third string. Oh, this is the test course. All right. 43, so 2 laps. Should. Not a gimme, but she's not exactly. Again, like, especially early in the game, people do not take corners at a high enough speed. So, like, you can generally just destroy them. Woo! Wow. Realized I could spin out there like that. Dang. Alright, well, that's gonna make this more annoying. Never done that. I know it's possible, like, in general. Didn't think I was doing anything particularly weird there. And run around. Just trying to. Yeah, right. I was mentioning about power, torque, etc. This game starts you on an automatic and you can get a manual, but also you just have access to the ability to change gears, right? Like, so like it's automatic, but it is an automatic that lets you change gears, which I'm not sure that exists in the real world, but it exists here and we will. It does mean that, like, sometimes the automatic gearing in this game doesn't downshift enough when you crash, and that's a problem, right? You need to put yourself back in the sweet spot in terms of torque output, right? Like, that's what an automatic is doing in essence. Like, okay, right, like, I am going to shift, you know, when the RPMs are trailing off, right? Like, so like it's even up to switch gears. Semi-automatic? Okay, good to know. Yeah. So yeah, we're always driving a semi-automatic. You can get a manual, and it's 20 pounds. It lightens your car by 20 pounds to do so. Yep, that gave us the extra that I was looking for to get us back on money route. And a triad to sell. Yep. Okay. I know, I appreciate that. I'm not a car person. In fact, I mostly dislike driving because my eyeglasses only get me to 20/40, which is just barely able to drive during the night. It's not, and I have astigmatism, and it's not. So I'm not a natural gearhead, but obviously, the game has helped me. That's that. Those are the extra things we're going to do on the night. We didn't get any random encounters, so we have 2 more. We have to advance the clock 2 more times. No, we did. We advanced the clock twice with Yuka. 1 more time. All right. Back to it. I mean, that's Chinatown there. Actually, interact with Chinatown. Hours. Streets. What I wanted to see. We're going to advance time by just going into the menu, dropping out of the menu. Audio desync. That's weird, because, like, I'm direct audioing. Weird if there's audio decent. Hang here for me. Don't need. Gotta ask me twice, game. All right. Yep, there's the two. There's the brother's asshole. They're gonna get what's coming to him. Ready for showtime? Another idiotic plan. Okay, you can get this cutscene on your own. Otherwise, the game forces you into it because the game has to introduce you to this character. Otherwise, you wouldn't necessarily run it. I don't know what they're doing with this model there. What kind of turn is that? Also, damn, girl. Shoulders and legs for days. Destined. What's that supposed to mean? Spiritual type? Iowa Kawashima. I learned all about you from a certain someone. Kawashima, yep. Aoi. Right. She knows Iki. Aoi? Gave you that 86 because you're only 18. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, in the US, the 80s were the big time for shoulder pads. Right, like, I would believe that in the 90s in Japan, like, that was also an aesthetic. Right? And in the US, it's really much more, especially for the businesswoman, but in general. Here, Aoi gets philosophical as well. Throw a rock into the water. I think I prefer the city and the sea. Like, a lot of the models in this game are very, like, broad, right? Like, Iki's is like that. Sometimes ours is like that. Hers is like that. Right? Like, and I'm not disparaging it. It's just, you know, again, right? Like, this is early, like, this late PSX, mid-late PSX, still early, and everybody figuring out what the heck to do when it comes to game render stuff. Yeah, look at that. He's got that kind of bolero jacket thing going on there. Odo Sawaki. Clean, honest, race it. Time and style. If you stop by the baseball stadium on the first day, you and Makoto have a bit of a heart-to-heart. Oh yeah, no, like, the translation effort was always notable for, like, what it had to do. And yeah, no, to me, this game is just such a super fascinating picture, right? Like, in Tokyo Extreme, right? Like, of the reaction to Initial D, right? Like, and the reaction to Wanga Midnight. This game might start Initial D, but it very much ends Wanga. Or rather, I should say, the mid game is Wanga Midnight. The end, well, we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, no, this is, right, like, the Saga Frontier director, who is very much known for his experimental style, right? Like this is exactly the kind of thing you might expect him to direct, right, like, and produce. Right, this first same people, the Saga series. All right, so here is Makoto. Supposedly, he was like standing still when we raced him last time. Yes, this race is a bit of a challenge. Nope, didn't need to turn there. Did I turn up brightness already? Better. Closing back in. This turn sequence is generally better. place to take him. Screw it up like some people. I am feathering the driving button a lot. Right, like I'm a bit of a lead foot in general, and I'm also a bit of a heavy presser. The game is definitely outside my comfort. I just haven't even been close. Not like I made that many mistakes, game. We're gonna have to do this over again. Man. It just happened. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this over again. What I did, like, that's for some reason we're like just super slow. Right, like I didn't do anything. I didn't feel like I did anything wrong. Too wrong. Just got bodied. I need to run. But ask me twice. Should be allowed to skip these cutscenes because the skip cutscene mechanic exists. Right, like it's just it doesn't allow you to access it. Press start to get past that wheel. Skip there. Okay. We've already seen it. Like this isn't a real category. Again. We've got plenty of load times to chew through. Right, we're an hour deep. I haven't even made that a date. So MMAs. Try this again. Better, so to be able to take it in the straightaway before we get to the corner. I haven't really complained about other cars yet, but the reason this game is in any degree truly challenging is because when you hit another car, the physics just puts you in the dirt. I earned this loss. I lose here. I screwed up. Just didn't get enough pickup there. All right. Have to do it again. I earned that loss. There's more music that game over screen. You won't be listening to it more than likely. Race. Gonna ask me twice. Oh, but don't worry, the game will. It will ask you twice. This race is challenging, but it's not the worst race we're gonna have to do early game. There is another race which is so much worse than this one. For a number of reasons. Sawaki. game also doesn't... The emulators do not lag like the game does, which makes practicing annoying. Because, as I mentioned before, this is a one save per card game. I do not have full brick of PS1 cards. Deal with that none. Setting up practice. Oh, too much, too much, too much. Ah, dang it. Ah, man. Make up a lot of ground. You generally can't cancel a real race until a minute 33 has passed. There we go then. Great. Good job. Didn't screw that up. Car is still in. Grab the road, game. Ugh. We go again. Red Optimist, welcome to Really Really Longathon. Welcome, Racing Lagoon. Welcome to me failing to beat the third race of the fourth race of the game. Normally you would just go and like get better engine stuff. Right, that's just not. Don't need it, so we don't get it. It does mean that we need to stop screwing up. Thankfully, this isn't for rewards, so there's no risk of losing parts. Yeah. Have 2 first parties and 2 second parties. I have my backup New Game Plus save on my second one. Because I have to keep the new game, because it's one save a card, I have to keep my new game save on another card and refresh it, copy it to the actual active memory card. Start, because we start New Game Plus because we want to be able to skip custom category. All right, here we go again. I mean, we said on the first day that like Makoto was just so much faster than us, and so far my play has borne that out. That was good. That was good. Do not hit him. Do not hit him. Oh, jeez. Oh, don't you dare get past me here. I will sue your ass. All right. They don't screw up. Dare! You only have access to the rear view mirror if you go nose first camera, which is always bad. I've never played a racing game where the nose first camera was good. All right, we did it. Why did the race keep cutting out like 75% the way through? Well. They lovingly animated it. Photo goes over the rail. Sadly, there's more than one F-bomb in this game, but that's one of them. You call an ambulance. Uh-oh. Oh, see, there's the second one. What just happened? This is the second night, folks. Oh. This game about Sho finding his love of racing has been brutally interrupted by the fact that sometimes when you do illegal street races, people can be hurt or killed. Rough one, right? Oh yeah, there's yeah, how many cutscene skips do we normally do here? I believe it's 4. I want to say 4. Yes, there are 4 separate cutscenes here to be if you had access to skips. Yeah, we don't. So just enjoy the fragments of trauma, as right, like traumatic events are often very fragmented. The way that people experience them, the way that like they seem. Trauma affects memory formation. What are you doing there? What's that pose? Got the one leg up, like. Not like we hit him. Oh yeah. Hi. Screwed things up, didn't he? No show. There's literally nothing you did relevant. I don't know if that's supposed to be leather or oil. That scene? Water? It's game has a lot of interesting things. Possibly related to how much. Go and pace his blood. It's like Doom. Like you told me in that scene that we did. Yeah, I want to say oil, but the game also has a recurring theme with regards to the main character feeling like they're at the bottom of water. Right, like that curve happens to be right next to the water as well. Like if you blow that curve, you can easily go over it, and possible that like here that didn't happen, right? Like the car's right there. They didn't actually fully go over water. Anyway, yeah, no, like I think it's oil too, but again, the game has a recurring concept. Ah, the explosion from the night intro. Damn. Father at the hospital. See my son. Let me see my boy. Dundee. Night Racer, Team Bay Lagoon. All sorts of machines and tubes and insects leeching off their life. Ah, Iki, good guy Iki, trying to comfort Akira. Couldn't call ourselves human anymore. This is like he goes deep into the depression tank here. We do not get a long time of like, oh, like things are normal. We get we get 2 nights ish of normal, and then the game just like, and here's your trauma. Mittens the percolator. Sounds like it. Sounds like end of the second night. We'll overnight the first. Sure am. Sure am. Open Medicine Foundation Canada are raising money for that. The initial goal was 3K and we blew past it. This whole month we are trying to raise money for Medicine Foundation Canada. Thank everybody for hanging out, sticking with me through this long night of racing have in front of us. And here's the water dream. I think no, this is the fire thing. Fire one. Yes. What is that shirt? He's like that. It's pajamas. Yeah, trauma's not great. This is why this is the shortest night. In general, there's just everybody is dealing with what has happened. Not that there's not races that you can do tonight on the third night. It's that the main plot doesn't force you into them. Yakuaz of the trauma thing. Right, this is really a very introspective night, all things considered. Yet another one of these Hanovers. Can't skip. You can go to various places and they'll say like, you know, oh, like some people will blame show, some people. Right, like it's just kind of a mess tonight. We're looking to find Iki. That red car over there, that's Iki. Only one that can make sense of what I'm feeling. Sure. Drive over there and hi, Iki. Yes. Like, sure. Welcome to Sawaki. Last curve. First curve on the Bay Lagoon. Oh, it's the last curve. That pose from that. What is that animation? Silly dream. Neat. Yeah, that's cool. Very cool. Yeah, I assume that for some people in Japan, right, like Tokyo Extreme Racer and this were just like, formative teenage things, right? Like where it's just, much like, Initial D or I like just like all of these things happening, right? Like Initial D starting like 95, right? Like here we're at 99, right? Like so we're a couple years after, right? Like Initial D and One Gun Midnight started, right? Like and succeeded. All right, so like this definitely is, like I said, like this is an interesting game on its face, but also in its context. And losing is fun if you can last off your dumbass friends. Kodo had it all figured out. We missed that cutscene. He does in fact say those things to you in the game, much like the Yuka thing where she references like, oh, like Yuka asking after speed. Like you're not forced to go to the cutscene where she says that. Makes it very weird that they then said she did it in a mandatory cutscene. All right. Deal good. All right. Now we try not to run any buddy. Drive to the last place Iki's going to go to. Yep. Iki. Engine. Alright. That is all I have to do for night 3. Bit of a flashback here. Flashback. Back in Flashy. Now loading. Now loading. Better believe I feel fear. Only an idiot would believe otherwise. Headline. Begin to feel fear. And traffic light. Everybody in this game is trying to be poetic. But so this I love. Right? Like it's like Iki relaxes by watching a river. Right? Like the game makes that metaphor clear. Right, that's like what Iki does to relax, right? Like, is to watch the road meditatively, like one would watch the river go by, right? Like, that is quite the narrative setup. Metaphor setup. Do rack? Are we gonna do rack focus here? I've forgotten. Please tell me we do rack focus here. I love rack focus. Yes! Love rack focus. You see that all over the place in movies and TV and visual media in general, where you have the front is in focus and the back out of focus, and then you shift the camera focus, right, like to the other one, right? Like it's called rack focus technique. This is Iki telling us about 10 years ago. Not the Iki racer 10 years ago. Leather jacket. Like leather jacket or in 2 years of racing? You find out that Iki formed Bay Lagoon Racing 2 years. Damn well. Nothing will keep me from racing. Dude, like 3 nights ago, you didn't think racing was anything. Now you're obsessed, buddy. I never needed a reason to race. Dude! Like, he has fallen into love with racing in a matter of days. All right. Now the real difficult race. So actually no, we have one race before that. That race is not a real race. Now it is time for the plot. Start moving, right? Like Sho has fallen in love with racing. Right? And we have been exposed to the risks and dangers of what racing can mean. So now it's time to start the actual plot. Right? Like this, what starts here is the arc that drives the middle of the game. What brings the middle of the game up. It's what drives the next few nights directly. 4th night, Starfall night. Right. 2 nights since the accident. traction stable. Sun is going down. I don't know how the sun is staying static with that bridge rotating, but that's not my problem. Lagoon Tower in the background. Here it is. Oh, okay. First, he's going to make a metaphor. Guard of. And it's just going to go. Whatever. Don't need to render it. All right. New Dawn as the Yokohama Grand Prix. This is not a real event. Like, there was an F1 race in Japan, but this is something the game has created out of whole cloth. Just so you know. They're the world's first street racing Grand Prix. Like, no, not a thing. Absolutely not. Not in 1999. I don't know enough about racing to know how anything on that front, but like this is created out of whole cloth of the game. Also sponsored by Wantech. Alright, so this night and the next night are the 2 nights before we decide who the team sends. Boy 4, girl 1. Friendly race. 1997, 2 years ago. This is the race at sunset that I mentioned earlier. This is one of the 4 non-nighttime races. So I mentioned giving up earlier. Right? Like that you can give up. It is possible to complete this race inside of 1 minute 33 seconds. I think it's funnier to not try, and also I'm not good. I'm not fast enough, right? We're going to sit here until 93 seconds and change has passed, and then we are going to concede, because this race does not matter. How's everybody doing? Tricks as a family. Belligerent and numerous. So the game does have a handicap machinery where like you can get extra RP by starting late, right? Like, but that caps at 30 seconds. And technically, it's possible to get more RP out of a race by handicapping yourself. There's everybody. Wee, wee, wee! Wee, wee, wee! Like, Iki's time on this course is... First lap was 42, second was 38. That's where that fastest lap number comes from, along with that record time. But you can see, like, the computers are not going to finish in time, right? Like, but the time I'm going to cancel, right? So like you have to drive incredibly well. Like, and the world record holder can do it. He not so much. All right. Did it. But what is this, the flyover shots do where he's gonna monologue? What does that do if you don't drive? It does this. Listening to show talk about this with the car sitting still just makes me lose it. It's just like, oh my god. Oh, everybody goes, wee, 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 wee. I mean, I'm laughing at you. They hear he mixes his metaphors very badly. No, that's not what's happening here at all, actually. Yeah, no, we're at the starting line, buddy. Trembling tremendously. All right. Here we go. Love that. I adore that so much. Real silly. Now to get on with the actual night. We actually do a number of things fourth and fifth night. Fifth night is actually probably the one that is the most like a traditional ARPG. Oh, that's right. We get this cutscene first. The Starfall Night cutscene. Here's another. They changed the way they pull the text in here. I'm not sure if that's the Japanese does it or if this is an English translation thing. Like they shrink the text into place, right? A cool way of rendering text out, but it's not the way they do it anywhere. Not sure what's going on there. Whether that was the translator's design choice or the original design choice. I enjoy it. All right. There's a bunch of cars that just pulled up. All our team just left. We're still here. And then these nerds showed up. There's the rest of your crew. With Sakura Gicho. Sakura Gicho GT from North Yokohama. Right? Boss, Chowderhead, that ain't how you pronounce that word. But yeah, obviously these guys do not like the fact that they talk like that is not, I'm going to take a hot GS before I do that first thing. Goes poorly. Goes particularly poorly. I will be glad that I saved. Is that this is the last race we do. Like this is like often in kind of RPG speed. There's a point at which you are put as close to the line as you can be. Right? Like where it's like, okay, like we're just barely clearing this line because we are under level to save speed. We are at our limit here, right? Like it's like, you know, maybe like we're at your limit through the whole game. Maybe you're, you know, at your limit, you know, at places. In this game, this is one of those points where it's like, I am just on the other side of an enormous upgrade, and the enemy I have to defeat beforehand, right? Like is almost too much. I like this. So this is the first race that's really like that, right? Like the race we're about to do is right up is just like, if you race it fair, it's unwinnable. Like you have to cheat. Well, you have to play dirty, not cheating. It's not glitching either. We're just going to body block the car. Have to body block the car because if it gets ahead of you, you cannot catch it. But yeah, this is Kyoji telling you his backstory, where like Kyoji's brother died 10 years ago. Right, like Kyoji's trying to figure, you know. I don't know why he thought he couldn't go to the tune shop any other day. Like, weird. Anyway, now that that cutscene is over. Yes. Give me that GS. Here I am. All right, team. All right, time to try and beat the Zaki. So you may notice that the 4 guys from North Yoga drove off in various directions. We are going to go first, though. We're going to stare at Bay Lagoon. Bay Lagoon Tower is a Rust Belt, like, it is a metaphor that anybody who lives in the Rust Belt, like, or, you know, any place is kind of like a city that didn't quite reach its potential. It's pretty blatantly so. So we're going to see. Series of free construction act. Stopped it. A little heavy for me. Actually, guy, we're gonna race you now. Race you now. Because you are very weird. Alright. Production halted. Accident. Stu's in its nostalgic side. Alright, buddy. Okay. Triple stakes? No. Quintuple the stakes? Now we're talking. This race gives you 20,000 RP if you win. That will solve all of our early mid-game money needs. But you have to win. That's the hard part. It's only 1 lap, but you absolutely have to body block him. Not have a choice. It's ahead of you. Turn. Get in front of him. Body block the hell out of him. This is a place where, like, if he... damn it. That's important. He can enter, as I mentioned, other cars hitting you screws with your physics. Reason I saved for all of this. This is a rewards race, which could take a part off me. And I want to be able to fall back to a state where I have not parts taken. That was just upside. I mean, it took time, but my body leveled up. But do levels do anything? No, they only open more slots for. I'm gonna need them. So. Fire that bullet again. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Let's do it again. After you beat this, you get a significant engine upgrade that lasts for a couple of days. It lasts all the way up and it takes you through. Anyway, back to it. Body block this minute. And yeah, these guys have these super low arrow kits that make it look like they've got cow catchers on the front of their cars. You equip it, it reduces your center of gravity by 120. Ridiculous. Oh, you little... God dang it. I tried to save it there. Nope. Whatever. I don't need that. Got an extra. Better than... Why not? Not use the triad. Don't usually have it. We're in the menu. Already told me that twice already, game. And no! Triple. Back to the saves. I'm gonna go back to this. Triple isn't. Really do need. Thought another car was coming. Cutscene again. What a look. Guy would fit in right at home. I've done. Buddy, we're gonna race right. How about you just lose and give me the 20,000 RP? Move on with my life. Right. Same rule. We have to body block him the whole way. Ah, dang it. Yeah, blarn it. Gopher's barely. Small amount of mark. Small amount of additional power. Fuck. Everything this. Practice. Got this. F. Calling me. Dare get ahead of me here. Stop. 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 Overs. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Other cars, man. Osser. On. On. It's justice. To be clear, it is entirely possible to die legit in a world actually, like, not the world. That he took me out of my skid. That's why I hate other cars. I was turning, and then suddenly it was. That is why I hate other cars in the game. Them tapping you completely resets your physics. Hey, happy Coco. Yeah, it's rough. Like I said before, this is the place. This is one of the races where you have to beat something very strong when you are at your weakest. Damn it, Zaki, give me the points. Give me the points. Give me the points. Ooh. Blew that one real good. That was good. So many of those roughest things are actually on this course as well. Lagoon Short does some heavy lifting as the course that ruined your day. So many of your toughest fights happen on. Not all of them. All the non-GP toughest fights are on. Again. Stop tagging me. Stop screwing up my physics. Let me drive the car. I have enough trouble driving the car. I don't need. God! It's just speed in the turn, it's just not enough. I hit that little octagon corner. Blech. Yay! Engine and chassis I don't care about, leveled up. Whoop-dee. Yeah, I know. There. Da-da-da-da-da, zip-dop-dip, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, lip-lip-lip-lip, I believe. Drive. If you're going fast enough, other cars can't drive through you. Nope. There. See, again, just blows. Destroyed by physics. I'm going to step away for just a second. All right. Once again, let's park. Let's talk about the tower and then try to put this Zaki nerd. All I want your money, man. All I want's your RP. Thank you. ET Grand Tour. Yeah, the guys from No! So hard to deal with your physics. Or another car hits you. Not much of anything to take, jerk. Nostalgic sadness. Yeah. Give me my 20,000 RP! Older version of the route actually took this RP and used it to get an engine off of someone else. Take a different route now. Honestly, what better routing point is. Couldn't you stay in front of him there? Yeah, I know I lost. I really wish that levels mattered in any way, mechanically. Like, hey, you know, we're making some progress. I don't really ever need as many body slots. We will not be keeping this chassis. As if when we don't have anything. Basically gave myself 50% of the time in cutscenes, 50%. My estimate. So long. Okay, like it's not the worst race to lose. Oh boy, is it. Not great losing 2 minutes. Hitting me. Ah! care about that either. Like we have a whole bunch of junk parts that we don't handle. Car is weight of our car hasn't changed over. I take the arrow kit. I'm setting and equipping everything. Ever take the got this. You tried, but we got there. Yeah. Sorry. All right, we're back. Get reward. Don't need any of it. Just wanted your RP. All right. Whew. All right. Let's proceed. Yeah. Fine. So, mechanic we haven't interacted with. We're going to interact with it first time now. That mechanic is the bank. There are a number of things you can do with it. Store money so you can go over your, health maximums. And gamble on your race performance. But the thing we're going to be using it for here is a direct RP to money, yen translation. Big shoulders, man. 70 yen? 70 yen's good. Seen as low as 60. Thanks for the 2.2 million. All right. All the action tonight. Like, there's a few things you can do in South Yokohama, but the real action. And we can access the highway now. That's where we're. Before now, if you try to go on the highway, it wouldn't let you. And if you try and go west from here, which is where the Wangam is, that is also not allowed. You don't get access to that for a couple. All right, here's one incredibly long input break. Heating up food. Oh, we're still in the input break? Wow, what a surprise! Such incredible luck. Yeah, the Motomochi Queens generally drive in wagons, in SUVs. Drag races. Yeah, they're the Yokohama has 2 drag racing crews. The GT, who we're continuing to interact with here, GT force you into a race here. If you try and take any other route, you aren't allowed to. Also, we will never drive down that strip of road again. It is blocked off for the entire rest of the game. That road right there. We will drive on this part of the road, but we will never again drive on that part of the road. Blocked for the entire rest of it. These are the people you normally take that you would have taken an off of, but we don't bother anymore. These people just do drag races up and down that divided road there, with a gas station in the middle. They just slam, nothing but drag races here. Although if you get in a random battle here, it's not a drag race, but it's pretty close. You don't actually need to block there, but I do. They don't deserve any better. They don't deserve my respect. But this guy's actually not as good as the other Zaki. Alright. Problem solved! Right here. Post-race cutscene, unskippable as usual. Anyway. I think I lost. What am I gonna do with this Goomba? So yeah, Japan has this kind of like whole Bozoku and Yozoku thing here that's kind of a little retro, right? Like, and so like translating them as kind of like mobsters, right? Like, is kind of a grasp of like, what would it mean for a English speaking kind of retro feel, right? Like mobsters are kind of like we have seen this guy, and he was one of the people who was talking in the first cutscene. There's the Kaminari Muffler, and he's the lead of the GT team. We will race him for too long. Alright. Heal. This is our shop million. Here we are going to spend our money and get a good engine that we will use for the mid part of the game, as well as to do some of the end game activities. A lot of the kind of races you have to do in the pseudo endgame or completionist components have conditions. We'll be back here, but we need the V. We'll be back here for those things after we do. Buy 2 drag ECUs in case. Sell. I'm gonna use and Finally, we've got tires! Alright. That is that upgrade will carry us through. Girls cutscene is that's foreshadowing. Not interested in what's going on at the docks. Not interested in anything else tonight except for there's this one particular race that gives us it can be. Like, I mean, sure that there are some simulationist pen and paper people that have done car mechanics style RP pen and papers. Not that familiar with that age of doing that sort of thing, but like I think a lot of the yeah, like if that exists, right? Like it's likely exists in kind of the very classic simulate special race. Assuming I don't muck this up, this is an extra 200,000. Is or like it's as if I won 3,000. I don't know. Not doing the math in my head right now. That doesn't. Loading time, man. Right. Get this bread. This is the only time we drive this course? Or any part of this course? I can just kind of like back street thing here. Power 2 better now. I'm running lighter than things normally get. Don't screw up the last turn. There we go. Good turn, we did it. Congratulations, honey. Alright. This is where the car starts to feel right. We got RP and great. Surprise me with headlights and arc it. All right. Warrior meets warrior. I don't understand what the 27 there. Whatever. Trying to imply it's 3. How 20. This is also an auto scroll. Goji. Yep. Yes, please. Dear God. Yeah. I sure am. All right. So this night is the one I consider the most classic RPG driving around one. In the sense like, in speed running, it is often the case in RPG speedruns that you're kind of running around, just trying to hit all of the necessary points to move the plot along. This is very much that here. There are a bunch of stuff happens tonight, and you just go and hit it all kind of as quickly as possible. Yeah, this is the water dream that I'd mentioned earlier. Yeah. This is the night that feels most like this to me. Like, I mean, obviously, like, of course, we're all, like, last night I was hitting checkpoints too. This is the night that feels the most like that, where it's like, you go places, you don't really do anything at them, you just go there. There's only one race tonight, and it's at the end. But you go, like, a whole bunch of places where you could, in theory, optionally race, but you don't. So this is the game, kind of the last chance to be introduced to the Chinatown racing games. Enzo implies that, like, he's familiar with these women. Right, we don't want to race in here. We chose the don't interact model, so Yui's about to just dagger us. I don't have time for you, all you're doing is spectating. Yeah. Racing in Chinatown is a 4-race sequence. Way too much time. Even though the races are like 20 seconds, doing them 4 times. Much loading. And the course is kind of hell. It's like, it's a straight shot, 90-degree turn, straight shot, second 90-degree turn, straight shot. Like, these are tight 90-degree curves. It's literally like, hey, like, imagine a cramped kind of like Chinatown style area. Yeah, okay. Like, just tight right angles, bang, bang, bang. It's not much fun as a course, in my opinion. Definitely another place that a person can get walled. All right. Also, we lose access to South Yokohama tonight. So yeah, that kind of like that Chinatown thing's the only thing that we can really do in South Yokohama. Because everything tonight is north. We're gonna do the Bay Lagoon race to determine who goes. That's at the end of the night, but we have a... I'm gonna get to know these streets real well. Will we though? Hey, now shows getting confident. These will be the streets of roads of my victory. Yeah, we're not gonna be doing anything on these hot driving streets. Yeah, I love hot driving streets. Patriotic. Yeah, we didn't see this piece of the highway. Yeah, there's part of them. There's a bus station here you can do events at. Ditches you. You can pseudo access South Yokohama. Not really. If you drive that direction, it just kind of gives you a menu. There's a mechanic they use several times. All right. Fingers on the start key in case. Lights on. Managed to do this without that though. All right. First event. Keisuke. That's Keisuke's orange car. Meeting with the Grand Tours in kind of secret. I'm sure that's relevant. What a jerk. White car here. But actually just a white car. Yes, note our PWR is now down to 3.6. A straight 6 V8 V6. Okay, yeah, it's this road. All right. Easiest track in North Yokohama. Racing it as part of the plot. Rather, are we racing it in the other direction as part of the plot? Yeah, my power is so much now. That was sloppy and it won't matter. We aren't even making it in a 5th gear this car either. Transmission. Yay. All right. Next. I think Yuka is here tonight. Yuka's car. She's not here. Do not normally stop here. Stop here. Okay, this is our type. Iki. This is E and Akira practicing the GP. Like, this is the GP track that they're focusing on right now. It's a major part of it. That was just surprisingly the best racers are practicing GP. Qualifier is going to be run on the GP, so it's not like that's what you should have. So this is something. This is the chicane. This is a place where people hang out, like people hang out to hook up, basically, right? Like it's kind of like a, you know, you drive well, like do you hug the curves, blah blah blah, right? I like, and so yeah, this is a place where, yeah. And if you, there's a mini game you can play here, right? Like where similarly, right? Like if you drive it well, what the game considers a pretty girl will interact with you. If you drive poorly, what the game considers an ugly girl will interact with you. I don't love it, and thankfully it's not a part of the speedrun, so hooray. It is part of 100%ing the game, but and Kenzo's gonna lean into this a little bit. You know, filling his role as best friend in an anime. A woman's heart is hugging those tight curves. Did you drive all this way to get your rocks off? And Kenzo leaves. Do that to get turned around. Geez, what a mess that was. Down Cherry Street. You. Dang it. That turn quickly. We run down Kenzo for a little bit of a heart-to-heart with Kenzo. And after that, go and take on the meat of the day. Kenzo behaving like a small child. I respect it. Kyoji literally told us not to do it. Keep getting faster every day, it's harder for him to keep. Running around on the world map. That went pretty good. If you try not to interact with the chicken race people, if you try to go to the GP defining race, they will pull you into their stuff, and it's like an extra time loss. Minor, but it's there. So you just, rather than be interrupted, you just pick this, and then you immediately don't race. This is a classic kind of like chicken race. They drive on the pier, and then at some point you have to hit your brakes, right? Like, and whoever gets closest without going over wins. I don't know if anybody does this for real, but it is certainly a trope. It feels like failing, right? Like, is to just like completely totals your car, right? Like in a way that, like, yes, street racing could too, but yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a classic, right? Like, of sorts, right? Like, but I don't know how often it happens in real life, because like I said, right? Like this, like, you would putting a car in the water would give it a significant amount of damage, both from the fall and water itself. All right, so if you do the chicane stuff, okay, here's the American. Look at him. No, damai, I didn't agree to this. Not interested. Abayo. Nope. Yeah, I mean, none of this is legal, right? Like, street racing is not legal, right? Like, like, in a lot of ways, street racing is not legal, right? Like, nobody street races below the speed limit, right? Like, street racing is just completely illegal. right? That's why there's the disclaimer. Like, don't drive like this. This is a work of fiction. Hey, Mary. Yeah, Kenzo tells us that this will be Kyoji's last race if he loses tonight. It's not exactly what he said, but it's close. Like, he said that he'll stop racing after the GP, right? But not now. Your character kind of like is angsting about all of the weird stuff. Oh yeah, no, definitely. The only thing that would have been better is if he wanted the burger. Yeah, if you do the chicane well, Freddy will see you there, because he also does the chicane well. But obviously we don't give a damn. All right. We drive. This is the other time we are forced to drive the North Yokohama course. We'll recognize half of it, not recognize the other half. Yeah, I can like stuff that is not as bad if it goes over, right? Like totally makes sense. It's just that like waterlogging a car is a terrible idea. like putting a car in the drink is one of the surest ways to foul it up in ways that you will never realize. It's like, oh, water got in this place, right? Like, and will ruin the car in like a month, right? I would love, I mean, Tokyo Extreme Racer, right? Like Genki went back to the well and produced a remake, right? Right? Like, why not match them, right? Like, why not match them with a Racing Lagoon remake, right? Like, they both came out at the same time originally, right? Like, come on, Square Enix, don't let Genki be the only one to kind of go with that Japanese street racing vibe. Yeah, that too. Why did you rent this trawler? Because I have to scrape my car out of the bay. A true reward in all caps. No, you haven't! You haven't waited so long! You've been racing for like a week! Maybe 2 weeks! Alright. You absolutely have the power to crush this race if you don't screw up. Like this, in the same way that the race with the Saki is you at the at the highest, at the lowest possible point, this is you at the highest possible point. Right? Like you have way more power than you technically need to have to get the job done. Just have to not screw it up. This course has a very, very weird thing in the back end that I hate a lot. I'll talk about it in like get there. This is we erased this the wrong direction once already. Yeah, we just pull free of everybody immediately, which is the ideal. This curve is a little weirder than it was going the other direction. Textbook. Put that in a goddamn user's manual. All right. First thing is this one, right? Like this is a normal point, right? Then it's like, okay, you need to go further to the right. Right? This one is a fucking nightmare. Like, who the fuck designed this corner? Oh, all right, sorry. I need to not do that as much as I just did. But that corner, I hate it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. Right. Now we're in kind of this low speed through the garden on a brick road style section. Like this is the chicane. Like this is literally the chicane, right? Then we do that one more time, and we've got this. Never have to race it again. Okay. That time I bumped my back corner, but those are the best ways to collide with the walls. They're like different ways of colliding with the walls obviously interact with the engine differently, right? That could have, like, that back hip check is definitely the safest of them. It's like, look at that corner. Who thought that was okay? Moving on. Good game, Kyoji. Everybody played hard. The chicane isn't as narrow, but it's that really, really sharp turn that just like, oh, by the way, we have a 90-degree turn that's not a 90-degree turn, right? Like, but yeah, it's just there's no room to corner there. Very annoying. Anyway, we're through it and we never have to do it again. So. As it says, well, like, Kyoji's car kind of gives up on him a little here. And your character, who's been a cocky little jerk the entire time here, just started like, oh, like, finally, finally, maybe, right, like, you're kind of an asshole. It's a delicate and vulnerable dream. Yeah, you're the height of delicate. Bam. All right, this is a skippable scene that we can't skip. Yeah. And look at that distressed rendering. A dream of race. So deep in it that I can't bear the shock of I lost something I might not have had to begin with. What? Joe, buddy. Racing is absolutely all about repetition. Isn't that nice, Aoi talking to, Kyoji? Well, Iki, Kenzo, and you. Background. Aoi's doing her thing. Thought about how much we were, like, both racing on that same road. The rest knew where it would. This is definitely Sho at his most holding Caulfield. Wait, Arakawa thinks you're a phony. Night complete! 5th night is done. Alright. Sure am. Sure am finished saving data. Alright. This is another day that basically doesn't do anything. The trigger we have to hit is going to North Yokohama. So we go to North Yokohama, we turn right the heck back around, and we go home. That is day 6. And no, 3 nights later. Night before, right? So night before D. What does D mean? Yokohama Jeep. There's no there. Sometimes I do not understand various conventions. Yeah, Holden was a little too obsessed with that brass ring. Aaron's in. Were we? Did they haunt you? Why are you so haunted by somebody else's stuff? Buddy. Did you realize you're an RPG protagonist? If that's what's happened here? Why are you worried about Kyoji? Neon lights of the city flicker and dance as they reflect off my windshield. Here's another one of Show's introspective pans over the Xenogears buildings. You were just calling it a prison on night 2. Then you'll become a battlefield. I love this game. The scene of our judgment. Man. The Cone Caulfield energy in this is so strong. Some guy, there's just somebody who's very far up there. Job tonight is to not get in any. No races on the highway in cities. No bullets on the highway. It's the highway. And then turn right back around. Nothing. Is there a cutscene here? Does it just give us control? I feel like it just gives us control. Yep. Bye. Good meeting you. Highway, you can actually go faster than you can on the streets. Literally. The highway top speed is different. While it might be straight line longer. Little. It pretty much tell that. Alright. It's pretty cool. Like the fact that the world map is, it's not just like, you know, like Parasite Eve, right? Like where it just places you go. But you actually drive around on the map and it's the machinery for random encounters. Like that's pretty cool. Like that's pretty neat. I like that. Like I said, I do love this game. Telephone. Kyoji? So I talked about how like Wanga Midnight and Initial D are big influences here. This this piece of the game draws much more from Wanga Midnight than Initial D. And if you're not familiar, Wanga Midnight is another street racing thing, but unsurprisingly, it focuses on the highway. Right? Like, so we're talking like 300 kilometers per hour. Initial D is kind of like tricky downhills and stuff, right? Like, and all sorts of like things. And yeah, the graphics piece is very Xenogears. But like this sort of ghost story we're entering here is much more Wangam. Wangam. Then it means Bayside. It's just Bayside Highway, but we don't translate it. Anyway, like it's one of those things that's just like, oh yeah, no, like it is the proper noun. It is a proper noun, right? Like now, and it's like, but like it's Bayside, the Bayside Highway. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, no, like, and we're actually going to enter a more Initial D part a little later, in a couple of nights, but this whole like Kyoji thing is very, very. This isn't a coming of age story anymore. Like Yeah. $30 years old. Ooh. Old man. In a street racing sense. Maybe it's his brother's birthday? Right, like, because it's like the same 7. That makes a little more sense. Like that his brother would be 30 if he was still alive. Rather than Kyoji just being like 10 years older than everybody else in the cast. But yeah, here's Kyoji being like, I'm being possessed, right? Like, my car has become inhuman. Hearing voices. Very, very ghost story. Show being like, yeah, like, this is super weird. What's happened to him? But by gummit, I'm gonna race it out. Because this is a shonen series. I'm going to fix you by beating you in a children's card game. Or a race, I say. This is another race you can just give up. But this one, you have enough power to actually beat the timer. Like, in general. Like, it's like, I'm going to race this and I'm going to beat up the give up timer here more than. Also, this is the worst. Like, this is the midnight color scheme. It's miserable. This is why we turned the brightness up. Like, this is actually just miserable. Oh yeah, by the way, you can't possibly beat Coach here. Not with this gear. All you're trying to do is finish before. Finish in below minute 33. Save yourself a few seconds. Miserable to see it. Emulator doesn't do this justice. Is the way that most people are going to have to play the English patch. I have set things up such that I can play the English patch on hardware. Oof. So to beat the time we want to beat, right, like looking at a pair of 45s, right, I'm just messing this up badly, so I might actually just 53 means that I have to get 30 something. Not happening. Probably just getting any for saving any time. This road is CN. Thankfully, it only occurs this one. See. Trite fun. Why is it trite? Stop it. You do not have it. That horrifying card. This is like the boss fight you're supposed to lose, right? Like, it's a monster machine driven by a crazy driver. You're supposed to lose this, right? Like, that's the point. I said, this is one ghost story. So a mod chip works. I am currently using I had an old Pro Action Replay that allowed me to play, like I have Rockman Battle and Chase, right? So it allowed me to play Japanese discs. But it, like, this is like playing a, or like playing an English patched version of a Japanese disc. That's not a thing, right? But with the right firmware on the Pro Action Replay, yeah, with the right firmware on the Pro Action Replay, you can access what you need to do. You can do it. There's a classic lid trick you can do with PS1s as well. Oftentimes, like you put in the US disc, you get past the copy protection, and then you convince the game that you didn't, convince the console that you did not open the thing to replace the disc. And that's the classic, is the spring trick, using a Pro Action Replay, but this required a little more machinery than that, but no. So yeah, like the extension port in the back has a Pro Action Replay hanging off it. All right, we're through day 6. We have made it to the GP qualifier. We are allowed to change our machine. Welcome to the GP qualifier. This is a race against every other team lead in Yokohama, in South Yokohama, and North Yokohama. Yeah, and just in Yokohama, every team that I have mentioned sent their leader, except for us, because our leader got an auto qual, right? Like they sent us as their second, right? So it's us versus the team leaders of every other team in Yokohama. So the game's going to spend a little bit showing us those. Yeah, no, it's relatively easy nowadays. That sort of, right? So actually, the thing you have to do to get there is you have to use machinery to get it to load code, to get it to flash the thing, right? Because like you don't have a PS1 serial port on your computer, right? So you use, like, for example, Metal Gear Solid 3 as printed has a bug in it that allows you to engage in pseudo arbitrary code execution, right? Like, is the Metal Gear Solid 3? No, that's for the PS2. Sorry, the PS2 you have to do that. If you got an old PS2. No, PS1 you just have to, like, it's much more normal. Like you put Uniram on a disc and you burn it. Put Uniram on a disc, you load it. Happen. Like it's much more straightforward. But yeah, for the PS2, there's a lot of ways you have to go about it. If you're trying to soft mod it. Wangum Gale is the only one we haven't interacted with. Yeah, the top 2 racers here go onto the GP. And you need to be one of those 2. Whether you are first or second doesn't really matter here, except that obviously your time is slower if you're second, like you could be first. In the GP, you also need to get first or second, but the difference is huge. First place gets 5 million yen. Second place gets nothing. That is a big deal. But this is just qualifiers. Anyway, all of that talking on how to have fun with hardware aside, have finally allowed to play the race. Yeah, this is another crowded field. This again, this many cars on the road causes lag on hardware. A 3-lap race to be in the top. This is the course you run the most in the game. Like it's not just like the most except for Bay Lagoon. Like you actually race this the most in the game because it has 5 laps for the Yokohama, for example. Just the road you spend the most time racing if you one is the tourist guy. That's Freddy, the American guy. You stop by the wharf on the night before. If you stop on the 6th night, if you stop by the wharf, Freddy basically says, yeah, like there's no qualifier race ongoing. Right? Like everybody else is like, oh yeah, we're gonna race for the slot, and Eddie's like, nope, fine. Buzz off. Stop, stop, stop. Are so loud. Difficulties with the understeer. Like I said earlier, a bit of a lead test. I'm doing that. I don't slow down on many corners. That's one that I use. This similarly is little veiny thing. Can't take it. This corner is terrible. Da-da-da-ba. Oh, that was bad. She got past me. That's Yui. She's driving back in you. Oh. Good, that was good. Very good. Brain's just like, yeah, now you want to get distracted by the map for a second. You don't. Not dead. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Just second place car. It's in flashes. Barely come. So off. Oh, that was bad. Out of chances to catch up. There it is. Come Gale. Lets me white out immediately. Yep. I hate that hairpin turn. Try. Like show just kind of flips his lid here. Like if you fail, he's just like, yeah, no, like, we can't let it end like this. Like, and they give you the chance to go back to night 6, which is very nice of it. Right, but not what we need. He was not screw up. Nothing else. I already have the draggies. Nothing more I can do here. Just need to not screw up. So again, at least we don't have to watch the car demo again. It gives you it asks you the question of whether you want to practice, whether you want to see kind of the car demo, or whether you want to race. The game has a number of warm-up run is the shooting all the cars again. Yeah, the game's retries are generally nicer than the first plays in terms of what you have to do to engage with them. Right, like if there was a long cutscene, it won't exist anymore. Stuff like that. Say in general, that is the case. There's one, and also like it gives you opportunities to fall back, even if you've saved, right? Like allows you to fall back to previous nights, and facing a challenge. Good pieces of game design there, by and large. Look at that nonsense. Did you see what all that nonsense there? It's like cars. Shambling pile of glitched cars. They don't take that turn. The shambling pile of glitched cars have failed to gain some. Stop. Oof. That was bad. That's how I can tell my car's too light. That little, like, I finish a turn and it kind of like physically leans back into itself, back to the right again. The car itself is just so light. Ugh! What a drizzler. Dark side of like. Jerk! Get off the road! Half of the course is all slow. Forcing you to be slow. It needs to be fast. Oh, what the heck was that game? This is, again, other cars are, it's not just that other cars' times, it's their physics that really have any. Wow, wait, is Akira second to Wangam Gale? Wangam. I don't know. Wangam. I want to say Wangam. Yeah. Of course, we're gonna run into him again. God hates him. Work. Dark. Self back around. Hurts. Sucks. This sucks. This sucks. Oh, baby! Put that one in the highlight reel. Okay, that was nonsense. Sometimes the game's mechanics and I click really well, and you get those super cool moments, like that one. This time, though, this time we got it. Oh. All right. Woo! I'll be right back. There's another long. Hey, look! Still haven't gotten done with an input break. This was just the qualifier. You get the 5 mil for winning the real thing. You're almost out of this cutscene. There we go. We will not be asked to make any decisions before the next save. Welcome to the ominous music. Just excellent. Chug. Virtual highlight ain't got nothing on these frame rates. Da? That guy's German. Here's Show being introspective now. That we need to watch this again. This scene I think is actually really cool, conceptually. Right, like it's like, right, like there's something to be said for the ephemeral nature of this activity here. And Show wanting to spend more time with it before it's gone. there's something pretty poignant in that. Which is what this whole cutscene's about. The ephemeral nature of competition in general, right? Like the sports competition that two people did on a certain date never be the same. You can't be like, I'm gonna remake that exact. No, every competition is ephemeral, right? Like even if you record it, right? Like the exact same moment will never happen. This is a show kind of touching on that concept. It's a fairly touching one. Right? As speedrunners, right? Like we do the same thing over and over, right? Like, but like the success, right? Like looks like everything else, right? Like it's like, so it's interesting. And then also he says, also maybe Kyoji's watching, right? Like, and no dice. A lot of life is ephemera in general, but like things that are so like things like this are super heightened, right? Like they're big productions, right? Like they're just as ephemeral. Yuka, Yoji, they found his 7 in the ocean. Yoji is dead. Yoji crashes his car and dies off screen. This cutscene is a lot. Whew. Drops of seawater spilled like tears. Joe is so overwhelmed. No, he really doesn't. And then, yep. We qualify for the GP. Yoshi dies. Makoto dies. Like, what? That's quite a day. Quite a day. And all that happened on the 6th, on the, the day, right, like, of 7, right? So we're moving into night 7 here. Save here either. And so this is the only night, the only sequence, right? Like there's no save between these two, right? Like, or rather there's no complete between these two, right? Like it just gave you the opportunity to save and then it rolls right into the night. Welcome back to the gas corner. Piping hot GSs are. Curse of Yokohama's fastest legend. We hadn't heard of it as anything but a positive legend. I mentioned it was a ghost story before. This is them leaning into that concept. Complete with dramatic lightning. Don't worry though. Look who's coming to meet us. The most smug piece of garbage in the world. Genji Kato. Smuggest little piece of garbage in the game. This guy. This piece of work. So yeah, this guy from the Hakone Drift Dancers rides up to try and challenge Iki, and Iki says nope. So smug looking. Game gives us an opportunity to quickly menu to things if we need. Yeah, we will. Vipers are losing the fight. Demons feeding on again, mixed metaphors. All right. Oh, yeah, we have 2.3 power weight ratio on this nerd. We have more power than he does flat out. And he's an inline 4. This is the other reason you have the brightness up. This race also kind of sucks, but it's nowhere near as good. Mostly because this race is straight. The highway, not built, have lots of sharp turns and to allow people. And this one, that said, this is another one that's kind of easier in emulator because the rain and the light are not so bad. So not even problem. It's really just the light. It's hard for me to see. Like on emulator, like when I do this race, I'm trying to do it without ever hitting a wall and never letting up the gas. This one, legitimately. This is the last time they do anything like this, though. Visibility. Legitimately impaired. Bam. And we're done. Yep. Yeah, it kind of it weirdly does feel like a gear check. To some degree, I have to agree. You're garbage. All right. Still looks like a jerk. Helen Mikhail. Waiting. Yeah. It's the smuggest piece of work in. All right. There's no way it's only. Shit, it is? Man. Doing way better than I thought. This might not take 12 hours after all. Thankfully, I can pad the end quite effectively because you have access to almost every race in the game at the end. At least every URR. We could Gale a moment this up if it really doesn't. If I chew through things, if we get to the 11th night with a lot of time in front of us. We could do Gale a moment. It doesn't require beating everything. That thought was on my mind. It's like, if we get there and we have tons of time to burn, actually do Gale a moment stuff. The way the speedrun normally works and the way the world record works is essentially that it's like 2.5 hours of just blowing through the plot, getting to the second to last night, doing a bunch of URRs, doing the final actual difficult race, and then mopping up some URRs on the last night. Right, it's like there's the back half, the back part of the run is the part that's most loaded with actual. It also has some ton of cutscenes, don't get me wrong, but it's also just like there's just like an hour of grinding races in there near the end. Anyway, Iki's apartment building. There are previously you could have come. Right, who is Maharu? What happened to Hikone? What's this? Bro, beyond speed. Speed. People who don't have the fear of death. Man, on Mount Hakone? Emperor. And whoever. Look at those glowing eyes. Fighting over. That disc seat time. Stuff. Oh man, I'm half on the screen again. Yeah, March 14th, 1997. You do if you're random drifting with someone and they slowed you. Street racing needs for hugs and happy feelings, I leave them behind. Any jackass who slows down and gets in my way, take a hike. Still try to break away? Right, and if I ever slowed you down, you'd have my permission to do the same. Put your lat times above the safety of your friends? Lap times. This is street racing we're talking about. These roads exist for one reason, to stretch on and let me race forever. I think there is... So, in a lot of ways, modern games are casualties of the need for photorealism. Right? Like you can't make... Like, either you have to be completely non-photorealistic or completely photorealistic. Like, there's no... Something like this, right? Like, it's in the middle of that, right? Like, not okay, right? Like, it's just like... This is not, you cannot sell a game that is this level of resolution, right? Like, at least not to a major studio, right? And major studios either like completely just not, like cartoon drawing, just not, or completely realistic, right? So that, like, at the time, Square had the hardware to make a racing game, right? Like, think about that. Like, Square's an RPG shop. They made a racing game using all of the hardware that they bought for Final Fantasy VII, right? Like, and it's fine, right? Like, but like nowadays, right? Like they didn't, like, this isn't a Ridge Racer, but it's good enough, right? Like, but now, how do you make a racing game that's good enough, right? Like, when what you really want to build is an RPG. Yeah, like that's definitely true, right? Like, it's like you can kind of do spiritual successor time of space in the indie space, right? Like an indie's doing something like that totally makes sense. Just that a large studio, never, right? Like this is just not how it works anymore. Right? For better or for worse, and I think largely for the worse, right? Like, if your game's not photorealistic, if it's not open world, right? Like, those are the decisions you have to justify that shouldn't need to be justified, right? Like to me, right? Like, it's like, not every game needs to be an open world game. Not every game needs to be a photorealistic game, but, right? Like, it's really hard to convince people of that fact, right? Like, oh yeah, it's, or like, I don't know, like, I mean, or like, Genki stayed doing racing games, and then they did their modern version of, right, like Tokyo Extreme Racer, right? Like, I mean, that's good, right? Like, that's cool. Oh yeah, Armored Core 6, baby. Yeah, Armored Core 6 is definitely, like, it worked, like, it works inside that space to some degree, and to some degree it doesn't. But yeah, no. Oh no. Stream drop? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, show's just talking about the dream in its true form, blah, 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 you know. But yeah, now, so, this is, you know, a country mountain village, right? Like, this is, again, like, this is the, like, the part of the game with the racing is Initial D. Right, like, this is, like, Hakone is Initial D land, right? Like, the story is still a ghost story to some degree, right? Like, this isn't a shonen anime, completely a shonen anime. But, right, like, this concept, this place, these people, this is Initial D, right? Like, this entire section of the game that's a tribute to Initial D, pretty directly. And the game is referenced a few times that, like, Show gave you leving. Not Show, Iki gave you the leving. Like, Iki was driving the car from Initial D in Hakone in 1997. right? Like, like, again, I told you it wasn't subtle. It's really not subtle. Right, like, it's like not only it's like, oh, haha, it's the Levine, huh? We all recognize, like, you know, 86 Levine, right? Like, everybody knows what that is, right? Like, it's like sister to the Torino, right? Like, and yeah, they have the Eurobeat noise in this track. Like, this is where the game, like, the actual game's setting and mechanics are Initial D, right? Like, yeah, like, it's just like like this is the where they send up, like, the plot's not an initial D plot, where like Initial D is just has all of these very kind of hard, like very tiny techie things. It's just like, oh, right, like you're doing this thing, right, like in this way, and that means that you didn't, like, this car's tires got too hot and they lost, right? Like, it's like Initial D is just hyper techie, right? Like, in terms of like the race resolution early, right? Like, but we're not, that's not how it works here, right? But still, like, this is still a send up to Initial D, right? Like, Iki leaves the racing thing, right? Like, with the, you know, with an 86, gifts it to you. Yeah. Anyway. Do not need. Let's go. I do not need your stuff. I haven't safety saved in a while yet, honestly. I'm not worried about losing races here. There's a save screen coming up relatively soon, though. That said, there's also a lot of cutscenes coming up. And yeah, like, a lot of initial plea plots, like, you know, oh, like, he managed to make the turn because he put his tires in like, you know, the grates at the side of the road type stuff, right? No. Oh, like, you're braking too much. They were braking too much, and so their brakes got hot, and so, like, the condition of their car was, you know, had trouble, right? Like, stuff like that. It's just like super gearhead techie, right? Like, as reasoning to back up, kind of like, oh, right, like, why the race resolved this way. All right, this is a race you like. This race, I think any position is fine, but obviously the job is to for this speed run, right, like, ish. This is the Hakone uphill, the left side. Like, there are two courses here, right? Like, and then uphill and downhill for each. Right, this left side, the left side uphill, will be racing at least once on both sides. Look at those fucking cars. Thankfully, this one's easy to remember, even if you can't see, because it's just always back and forth, just big looping. But that said, again, 7 cars on the road, lags all get out. Absolute lag fest here. There's 3 cars on the road. You and 2 others. Lag City. Like, you should be able to see the lag that I can feel as I pull. Like I said, position doesn't really matter. Just trying to be the best possible. So, like, similarly, like, what Wangum Midnight isn't that show. Right? It isn't about, you know, these sort of techie, so to speak. Right? Like, Wangum Midnight is much more of it. Wangum Midnight is much more about the structure and concept of car racing than it is about car racing. Right? Like, it's about the dedication to car racing that car racing demands. some degree. Like, and what it means to, like, really love to really love car racing, to be that sort of person, right? Also, it's, again, like, it several times throughout its thing, right? Like, it's superstition, and then the superstition is resolved with facts, right? Like, and then there's a new superstition, right? Like it's much more of a kind of an iterative ghost story, right? Like, Wanga Midnight. Very good, right? Like, it's only a season, like, it's only 26 episodes. Like, if you liked Initial D and hadn't heard of that, you should go watch it. It's a very different show, though. Yeah, we raced up the mountain so that they could do their downhill. This is show angsting about the fact that he's the opening act. Right? Like, he wants to not necessarily be second fiddle. Power to turn men into demons of the world. Man. Pompous stuff. All right. This is a race you actually probably want to win. And we actually, for once, yes, like, that's a good way to put it too, right? Like, it's like it is a drama about tuning the heck out of your motor, right? Like so, like, it's interesting because, like, there are people in the show, right? Like for instance, kind of like the woman, right? Like the female character. Right, like the female racer, right? Like the way that she interacts with, like, being, like, kind of like becoming kind of like her fullest racing self, right? Like, is super, like, interesting, right? Like, and like, so is the main character, so is the doctor, right? Like, they're all of their relationships to cars and to racing are incredibly different, interesting, right? Like, and it's like there's, you know, the old heads, like the old gear heads too, right? Like, there's a lot kind of going on, but it's about the aboutness, right? Like, it's about the thing, right? Like the thing of being that sort of, you know, being a racer, right? Like, in a much larger way than Initial D is. Like, Initial D is much more about the racing, like the actual, like, physical act of applying your car to the road. Right, like, if like, you know, right, like, Initial D is also way more shonen, right? Obviously, right. But yeah, no, like, they're very different shows, but they are both very interesting takes. And like I said, like, both of them precede these games by a couple of years, which is what you'd expect if somebody's like, I want to make a game based on a social, like, something that's happening. Well, what's popular in 1997? Wow, Initial D, and why not? Why not make your street racing RPG? Well, there's that, right? Like, there's the nonsense that is, right? Like, he is so good at driving the downhill because he has to make deliveries as fast as possible, but he can't ever let the tofu spill, right? Like, that is right. Like, that is, you know, is Piccolo wears weighted clothing levels of nonsense, right? But, like, that's what an Initial D is. Initial D is a shonen show, right? Like, it's you know, it's that sort of friend, like here's this nonsense, right? Like, but here's this nonsense, right? Like, it's a level, like, you're supposed to be kind of leveling like that, right? Like, it's a shonen show, right? Like, all shonen shows act like that, right? Like, it's just kind of a question of how technical. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Like, it's like they're very different shows, right? Like, but yeah, like I said, like, I think Wanga Midnight deals more with, like, what it means outside of the races than Initial D does, right? But they both do, obviously. We are going to take our first turbo here, because turbos in this game are the best thing you can do. Like, it's not a question, it's a statement. Um, this game will let you slap as many turbos as you can fit into your car. And if you are trying to get the most powerful car around, it's basically just like 14 turbos, pistons, and a high cam, which shouldn't work with all those turbos, but who cares? It's silly. But yes, like, this is our first turbo, and it's an important get. We will get the other half of being able to use the turbo shortly. Because to make turbos really sing, you need the right kind of pistons. We will be picking up those pistons before too long. But yeah, that's why I didn't equip it yet, is because like we're about to do, or like we're going to go in and do a bunch of menuing before too long. And none of this is we have one more race to do, and it's not a real race. Iki just interrupts it. Oh yeah, and yeah, in here you have the right, like you have the, you know, Iki mentions that like he gave you the 86, right? Yeah, no, like technically, it is better to run the pistons over your worst turbo, your second worst turbo, and it is better to run high cams over your second best. Right? Like, sadly, CC boring is not the strongest thing. It's good, but like if you have if you have enough turbos to fill up 6 of your slots with turbos, that's what you should be doing, by and large. Like, it's just kind of dumb. And then the fact that high cams work with the turbos is also ridiculous. Like, that's, the game tells you, oh, like these pistons are for turbos, these pistons are for cams, right? Like, and it just doesn't matter, right? Like, it's just like you use the turbo pistons with the cams and it works great, right? Like, it just doesn't matter, right? So yeah, you just. All right, another person is mentioned here, that we will be Sleeping Emperor. We will be engaging with the Sleeping Emperor shortly. But that is Night 8 complete. And I will take the opportunity to save here because we have not saved for a bit. Haven't saved for a whole day, but that was a fairly long day. All right, move on. Right. It is like, the video game is not realistic. Like, right, 8th midnight. This is the first midnight. Right, like, so like the night has been divided into multiple segments. Right, like, it says still the 8th night. It's just, like, there's just more of that same night. Right, like 8th night and the 8th midnight. That structure is used later. Now though, like, so we had our race. We were kind of jealous about Iki getting the top bill. Like, it's getting colder. It's confused by existing. Death. Photos, death. Street racing accidents, and you know, mystery behind Yokohama's fastest legend. Like I said, like, tale and real ghost story. A lot to make sense of, especially since you have no information whatsoever. You would go stir crazy if you kept thinking about something you have no information on. new feeling. Again, this is again touching on the show wants top billing. It's a new feeling. Started with the race against the Black Dragon. Yep. Got something waiting for us at Toon Shop Windy. We'll be visiting Toon Shop. Buttering me up with a tasty worm on the end of a sharp hook. Metaphor mixing again. Here's your drive. Hey, it's Yuka! Hey, Yuka! And a little bit. Let's chat. I haven't seen you since we were all looking at the newspaper. Yesterday. Last night. We're gonna be like... All happens for a reason. Whatever, Yoko. Nice work, and it like... Yuka makes the connection between the tower's accidents and context putting together drivers project. He hasn't been talking about it. Possible that grow. We don't even know. What are we fighting for? What are we fighting? What are we fighting? 5? Uh-oh. Game gives you, puts you through another sort of, gives you a choice. Kenzo actually is kind of like having a bad time on the other, which you could have helped him. Oda shows up. Speed run. Battle the car. Nothing happens to Yuka. Everything's fine. All these King Emperor. Able to load the rates. I don't think it's. You go down to the bottom, she's fine. You come back up. It doesn't. There's just no difference. It's just busy. Right. Go all the way down to the bottom, she's safe. No, there's no points. So Marilyn mentions Hashidiya points, which are the points that there's a point system in the game. Every kind of unique race that's optional gets a point. Every UOR gives you 2 points for beating it. You need to have 42 of those points to complete the game. By the end of the last night. Speedrun, obviously, we have routed our the Zaki fight and the fight at Marine Tower are a pair of ones, and then we do 20 other URs, right? To get that total. Right, we'll see how we're doing on time. We'll see how we're doing on time in terms of whether we go beyond 42 or not. But yeah, so like there is a secret requirement that the game does not clue you into well. A couple of times Yuka will tell you kind of like roughly where you are, right? Like, but to know where you actually are, you have to go to a specific location and be told and be told how many points you or rather not how many points you have, but rather what your status is. That said, here's the race with Oda. This race doesn't matter. Corrupted. Stop me. Just aim a little here. 100% on the conditions interruption. And yep. Iki shows up. Middle of your race. What a jerk. It's you, Iki, and Oda. And now. No, my friends keep dying. Voice, stop whispering to me. This game is definitely a lot. For sure. Whoa, Show's shirt is open. That is not a view we often get. And it's definitely... Usually we skip this cutscene. Big thing, and Show's going to point out in a second, is that Iki said he hears the voice. Death grip. And that has rattled Show. I hear the voice. Same one, Shoji. It's all facing taillights. I see the taillights thing, and I just think of something that I saw in Guild Wars a couple days ago. We had a run of Guild Wars 2 earlier this week, but was it earlier this week? Earlier this marathon. Sorry. And fighting alone. Iki, you need your friends. Rely on your friends for support. Another skippable scene here, yeah. And then Toon Shop Windy. Toon Shop Windy, we've got a solid bit of menuing. Usually we skip this, but this... I know you can handle it, buddy. All right. First thing we do is certain bodies can only be on... I can only be paired with certain checks. You can change that, but it costs money. We're going to change that. You need to access types. Access all types later. Right. That we don't buy any units. Two. Let's see. Oh yeah, that is this. I remember it. Black Cat. Oh, watch the bars and the numbers. Black Cat. Right, note the half there, right? Like the bars have gone too high, they have cut the thing in half. Visually. Get those tires. Oh, I didn't put on my arrow. I'm glad I checked. Glad I thought about that. Put on the new arrow kit. We will look. This arrow kit makes you look drastically different. All right, moving on. This guy's car is legitimately just better. Like, as you might expect from an expert tuner. Just legitimately has a very good car. Fortunately, he's hampered by He's an inline six or a V6, but he's just hampered by being an AI. Right? Like, his car is better than ours. Fortunately for him, I live it. Not the best racer by tuner. But I hate the signs there on the road because the arrows point towards a point, like the center of the curve. Means that if you are looking like too far in the other direction, the arrow is pointing the other way. Oh, that continues to get me over and over. Oh yeah, by the way, like that one, right? Like it's like all of what you can see is pointing to a left turn, right turn. Really. Like, I understand it, and I understand why it exists on normal roads, but this game's context. Alright. Yeah, we win. Not quite, but close. There's not enough resolution to the mirrors, right? Like, cause like that you can see that round mirror there. Like that is the Wanga Midnight kind of side mirror. That is a big visual distinguisher for that particular Zeta. Look at the aero kit, just completely changed the look of our car. Remember, we're driving like a Toyota Camry, right? Like in terms of the body, right? Like, and it's just like, right? It's just like, oh yeah, that Camry looks like that. You don't take anything off. He actually has a carbureted engine as well. GT spec racing car. What a gift. Monster R is the actual hard reference. Starlet. All right. This. All right. I think I just autopiloted myself into a race I didn't have to do. I was looking up what the star is actually based on. Starlet. I think that's what the CVCs are. Civic CVCs are good. Ugh. See, there it is. I see the things pointing to the left. Just have to say. Yeah, we skip that scene normally. Got myself mad through it while I was looking up. Here's AT gives us yeah. There are people that are still around. Diablo. That's where we get the name. And like this is just filing off the serial numbers. For what? I mean, it's all about a devil's data. This is serial numbers filed off levels of reference. Where you get first to that term though. Important term. Thickly black aura. Also, the portraits have blinks in them. And not very random. Seven. G. Did Ben? Yeah. Name what it. Recognize the rotary engine. What? Recognize the engine? You know? But yeah, AT, Manabu, they existed as racers in time of Abraham was fasted. Concept upload. Music always make you think of Pokemon Pop. Explode all over! Juice! Thanks, old man. Not dead. You didn't have to put him over the starfield. Jeez. Jeez. Alright. Night complete. Alright. So you know if you were tuning a car the entire game? Yeah, that you don't get to play with that GP spec car at all. You race it as is. It's quite good, but there is no way to make it better. It is exactly what it is. So you just kind of have to win this race. Like you just kind of have to apply yourself this race and win it. And that dream again. Slows down to past, present, deep and meaning. Cracks, I catch a glip. And we chase after him. Happening. Days of pure madness. Life of a crazy driver. S E E E D. And if you didn't get it, we're gonna throw those letters at you again. Oh. Grant me speed. Just from within. Save here. He does have a need for speed and a voice that. All right, championship round. Get it? It's Grand Prix time. 10 a.m. There's another auto scroller of all the cars in the event. We'll see a bunch of cars that people that we've never met before here. Take a bio break. All right. So yeah, the Drift Dancers got one in, but also a couple of teams we'd never heard of. There's Akira, because he was second in the qual race. And then there's West RR. That's a female driver. You meet her later if you want to. T1 Roadstars. We haven't interacted with them, although we will shortly. And then there's us. RRLAT. Okay. 5 laps. You need to be first. The game will let you pass if you're second, but we need the money. So dial in. Focus up. Dial in and focus up. The 5 laps gives us a lot of leeway in terms of repairing our situation. Also, again, right, like, it doesn't matter how good or bad your car is. You just have to deal with this car. So for us, right, like, it's mostly an upgrade. For somebody who's like been, you know, making sure they have the best stuff every day, this car is a downgrade. This car corners better than most cars by a lot. It brakes extremely well as well. Car semantics. Yeah, I know. You're definitely okay. Honest. There we go. As usual, we start in the back. Lag, lag, lag. Give me your answer. Rude and churlish. Corner is still. So smooth. Whoop. Enough, I guess. Kirk. My way, Kira. That timing would have been good for my car, but it's terrible. Brakes are so much better. What? Back here. Back here, purple? Ugh. That's multi-hits with the walls are generally bad. Each one kind of takes a static-ish amount of your speed off. Really, if you hit the wall, you want. That's better. Again, lead foot and that. Always want to press the buttons more. Pressed. Those kind of like hip checks are one of the best ways to hit a wall if you gotta hit a wall. Because they get you free of the wall very quickly. So you're not gonna hit it. Like where that, or like I hit the wall multiple times there. Not great. That slow segment so low. Not that far ahead of me. This is a 3-lap race, where like I just wouldn't be able to recover. 5-lap race? So much. Oh, I guess I did do it in 3. Nothing. Yeah. Jerk. Other cars. Hell is other cars. Saxophone's just M. Ugh. Ugh. Hate this. Island. No! Ah! Why didn't you just get checked? Oh, no. Oh, we are so dead. So super mega. Winning, the game would proceed. If I actually got second, the game would proceed. Ace. That's not. You can't. You need the money from winning. Fortunately. That's a significant time. It's a long race. Thankfully, you can't get any... There's nothing to grind for. Car is fixed. Right. Yeah. I'm aware. Definitely the Yokohama Grand Prix. Please, please don't let me have to sleep. Demo. Actually, the demo stairs. All right. I have some notes for the cutscenes after this race, and they're basically the same. It's the same note 4 times because they are all different shapes of the same thing. I'll tell you what what I have noted down at once through this race, but you looking at that always amuses me. I made a joke to myself. Makes me. You got pretty much the whole track loaded, buddy. You might want to consider actually being a race. There we go. Who has the fastest lap time? L is other cars. Lag is other cars. Out of the way! Jerks. The car just blocking any ability to get past them. Oof. am I glad this game doesn't do damage. Jerk, jerk, jerk. Reasonable distance. Me at third. Second. Time to make it up though. Lost light blue. I think I'll beat you though. Oh baby, that was good. Oh, too much, too much. Calm down. Oh, that was bad. Bad. That was a hip shot. Oh man, I thought I might have gone too far on that one. Ichiwiki. Tagging me. Just enough. That was bad too. You'll see him though. I think we're fine if we... I think we'll be able to catch him in time. Jerk. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lord. All right. Whew. Auto-scroller! I'm going to celebrate with a fudge pop. Whew. Oh man. Alright. Only 2 more hard races left. The first of them is coming up on the same day as the GP, actually. Damn right, I got bonus rewards of 5 million. I do not need to save here. No. But I saved anyway. Ha. To go on autopilot. Ram. All right. Club Glum Slam. You had waited so long. You have been doing this for weeks. Not months, not years. Weeks. Fastest are respected. Maybe I can be content with that. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for showing up. Be faster or you end up like us. Do it. Do it. Do it, coward. I mean, become faster. Speed, desire. Nothing without it. We arrived to the party late. Wait. Dynamite. Here's for me. Spilling out. K1 hideaway around midnight. Grant me more speed. Let me feel the rush. Pretenders and fakes, speed is my domain. No one will dare stop me. They're filth unworthy. This. Where are you from? Of course, isn't me. Like a maniac. Stop when I see the sky bright. Angel within me. I'm going tired. So, all of those scenes, my notes for them is, we arrive late to the party so we can gently lose our minds in flashbacks and driving. Over and over and over. didn't get anything new. Yeah. Here is the next hardest race. Like I said, there are only 2 real barriers to the end of the run in terms of race difficulty. This is the first one. Iki heads up at dawn. And again, like there's a, like we're going to get a huge upgrade right after this. Right, like, or not right after this, but nearly after this. Right. You and Iki at dawn. I'm in battle. Not the worst of the 2 big blocking races, but this is definitely, this is the other. We have now, this is the 4th battle that's not at night. Just have to race well. Not as bad as the other car. It is 3 laps. I am blocking E. How it goes. Glad I survived blocking E. Are so responsive. Jerk. Stunned that I haven't crashed out yet. The amount of car-to-car contact we've been having. Oh, that was close. Back here, E. Yeah, no, I see it. Not bad, not great. So you get to see the weird, the game gives you an out here, but like, where could it be? Yeah, you wouldn't do before the GP, right? Right, like the game can't be like, oh, like we're gonna put you before the GP. That would be insane. So instead, what was cutscenes of us driving around at midnight on the C1, like we are. What was a cutscene becomes playable. We are allowed to drive in a circle around C1 and grind. They even introduce a tune shop, which you can get, which you do not have access to, right? Like any other way. There's a tune shop you have access to buy stuff, right? Like you can drive this course which you've never driven before, right? Like on the C1. And you can grind your way up to beating Iki. Right? This is the weirdest of those kind of retry logic. It turns a bunch of cutscenes conceptually playable. Actually, there it is. Let's grab a ton of money. Grab a buck. iCam. Get anything grassy. All right. All right. Let's try and kill Iki now. Iki. You're allowed to skip this scene because the game lets you skip scenes that you've seen before. Once you get back to losing. Ah. Oh, you. That extra turbo is really punching me up. And you can, I think you should be able, you can see how light this car is. That last turn, that last big curve, right? Like it just like put itself against the wall. Real easy, like. But yeah, buying those extra things. Much slower than winning the first time. They're great. Turbos are delicious food every day. We lost another 10 pounds of weight. Or down. Deal with that. There we go. Alright, so Blackout be behind his car. Everything fades to white. I think you can guess what's going to happen in a second. Surprise! A corner that kills people has claimed a third victim. Well done. Voice seems... cool, you're strong, you wouldn't give up like this. Relax. Yeah, also the I was looking up what, since the race happens at 4:59 a.m. looking at what time of year this had to be, right? Like in Yokohama, that means it's like it's somewhere in like early April or late September-ish. You missed another crash. The voice is now talking to you. And or like the voice is saying that they were Yokohama's fastest racer. Like, and when Iki flipped and is like, finally, I don't hear the voice anymore, right? Like, but you hear it now, right? Like, you know, when Kyoji died, I started hearing the voice, and now you're hearing the voice, right? Like, Iki is not actually dead. I threw my phone into the ocean. He threw his gray brick into the ocean. As I said, we can gently lose our minds. This is the third scene skip, and we actually get the chance to interrogate the voice. Are you? You. I'm Yokohama's fastest legend. Have you been within me? Getting fire. Have you been silent until camera here? It's definitely kind of interesting. Panning back and forth between the two of you, that liar, right? Like that was a kind of a quick snap. Camera's definitely very interesting. The video director. Get inside me. Static. Voice. Static. It's Amiga. Did you kill my friend? Island. Am I next? Island. Yeah, when I was talking about how the other thing, that's a ghost story. Yeah, this does not change that at all, does it? Will we all die? Oof, man. This game went from shonen to ghost story to shonen to ghost story to ghost story. We did it. We are through the GP night. Whew. Escape. Love to save. There I am. All right. So we are still driving through midnight here. Really, really long-a-thon. Supporting the Open Medicine Foundation, Canada. Ninth night. Endless nightmare. My slot is scheduled to go for 6 more hours. I don't think there's 6 hours. I think my estimate was too much. I have recorded myself of an IGT of 10 and a half hours. So I added that a little, but I didn't think I'd actually burn less time. Cutscene. I don't know. We'll see. Thing was capable of jumping between people's minds, we're probably all dead. Self-awareness there from show. Oklahoma's fastest lane. Voice clank. We lead back in Hakone. Another and South Yokohama, our home, our street. This is ripping off of the first night's intro. There. There are thousands of people living thousands of lives. You'd hate for there to be a scale change there. Thousands of our mindless conversations truly reach our giving off real high in a dorm vibe here. Oh. Oh, actually, get back to race. Oh, you looking for your next kill? Yay! All right. Oh, you drizzler! Annoying. Oh, hey, it's the 33 Type M. We're at a 2.3 a power weight ratio here. Like this is where like the numbers for the car in this game start to become ridiculous, right? Like the amount of power you can fit in this light frame is unrealistic and staggering. Like, and we're not even going to take it to the limit of that. Reverse, okay. So rarely do reverse here. Need access first gear. And proceed to loot. This is so weird. The other direction. Hey, that'd be cool. Glad to see you. Please don't lose it. Oh. Great, we have a dupe drag ECU. I do not care. Whew. Perfect. That's why we bought an extra. On with my life. Can actually go the other direction like K3. Good. As we find out, when we drive to K3, this area takes a few liberties with kind of the structure of the Wangam and the C1 and stuff. Tokyo Extreme Racer obviously has a more invested in having a more accurate structure of kind of how the roads all come together. But we will in fact be using the Wangam C1, even though they lay them. Maybe it's actually just that I have the north-south axis and just not. Anyway, so Gamao, who is one of the GP people, wants to put together, right, like this sort of like fastest, Kanto's fastest unit. And like, and basically like nobody shows up on time and everybody just like arrives, says, wow, like this, like nobody showed up, good job. Everybody shows up. Big plans for showtime tonight. Don't worry, it's still a jack off. No, I will not be entering. No! Usually we skip that cutscene anyway and then immediately give up, and this is where we expect to lose the ECU. Alright, so new rule on this highway: if you're not going above 720 kph, you don't get in fights. Sorry, 100 kph, I thought it was 100. So Keisuke likes to live dangerous. I did not. Keisuke's cars. For that fight, like I don't remember ever actually taking that fight. Keisuke? Okay. And URRs. Interesting. Okay. Anyway. Moving on. X some. What? First thing we need to do is spend our money. What we're going to do is going to buy a whole bunch of chassis frames to enable us to do URRs on the last day. As I mentioned, URRs have conditions, and we need to do 20 of them. So the most common conditions are the 5 types of powertrains. I'm going to make sure that we have a chassis power frame. I'm going to take this opportunity to become an MR as well. Yeah, that is an actual. Whatever, nerd. Oh, did this. Street, that's 33 Type R, 4-wheel drive. He's 600 more kilos than us. Power. Six there. Okay, yeah. Yep. Like I rams nose first into a wall and still out. Oh, powerful car. Oh, hey, a manual transmission. Manual transmission in this game is secretly good for one thing, and it's the chicken rights. You aren't allowed to let off the gas, aren't allowed to brake more than once, but it's awful easy to stop the right distance if you stay in first gear, though. Boing. That's the cheap strategy to beat the chicken rights. Use your gearing to brake. Use your gearing to keep you from. TR. Moro. We actually meant. Yeah, it's like gear 180 something. But yeah, like the game forces you that once you hit the brake, you slam them. Forces you right like on the gas thing. Right? Like, but like I said, there is our MR. MR has the best balance. It is obvious best choice for someone for R. If you're trying to drive like an F1 racer, guess what? Lots of power, very light. Great. Now we don't throw away the other stuff because we're gonna need we're gonna need a frame of every type, or chassis of every type stuff. That said, on the way to Hakone, there's a couple URRs we're going to do as well. Start racking up the points. Do 20 URRs. Done. 0 URRs. Probably want to change that. Out. This guy runs up and says, hey, we've got URRs. Yeah, no, and like that is a standard thing to do, is to use gearing to brake, right? It's just that in this game, right, like it is that the chicken races are set up to try and make it so you can't do that, right? So rather than to imply you shouldn't do that, but you can, like that just makes it really easy. But yeah, it is not like a shocking technique to drivers that gearing or to decrease or increase your speed, decrease your speed, right, without actually having to use. Be harder on your transmission, depending on how you do it. Anyway, in this game, it happens to work out that you're allowed to do it. This road is much nicer when it's not raining. Go pretty straight up. These two races don't have any conditions. Straight out, level as much power as you can at them. Definitely, some URRs are actually difficult, either because they require that you do things that aren't great, or that the enemies are actually tuned. Concept. For example, there are a couple of races that are 8 turbos. Right? Like you give the enemy cars 8 turbos, right? Like, and unsurprisingly, they actually have some speed. Right? Even though normally they would never drive a car with 8 turbos. Right? Car in this game is that way. Stuff like that, or like, you know, below 60 PS type stuff can be hard to. It can be hard to get a good sort of power curve with a under 10 PS, under 60 PS. Yeah. I don't even remember what it gives, and I don't care. The other direction. They do. It is harder to find them nowadays. I know people that drive manual. And certainly, right, like if you're getting a real racing car, right, like a really high performance car, that those are manual. Because going to buy that car, you have access to. But yes, they do still make manuals. They're harder to come by. Right. But yeah, the market is, or like also, or like heavy machinery and stuff probably still has manuals. Their ilk. Right. But yeah, like for cars, it's just not as much of it. We are decades away from the world where manuals kind of evolved. Like the number of computers in cars nowadays already massive. The idea that it's just like, oh, but we can't give over the transmission, the computer. But like, no. I'm not a huge car person, so I don't how everything kind of falls down. And I know that there's transmissions nowadays that aren't like physical gearboxes. Right, I'm not sure what they are, but like they're not physical boxes. I don't remember the term for it. I ran into the concept briefly while I was playing Tokyo Extreme Racer and getting 100% in that. This game prompted me to do, so to speak. Pick up a racing game, you're like, wow, this whole thing's kind of fun. right? Like, I mean, it's not like you dislike Top Gear 2 for the SNES or some other racing games, just wasn't a part of your identity, right? But I don't remember what they're called. I remember the details of them. The way they were talked about in the tuning like in the tuning guides for that game, the implication felt like they weren't. The implication felt like it was that they were kind of like not completely physically geared transmissions out there. Clutchless manuals. Yeah, maybe that's what it's. More money! Love money. That's both of these Euro R's out of here. Back to Hakone, because that's where people that know about this whole fastest legend thing live. Hakone has a fun UOR where you have to drive the bus chassis. Not the bus chassis, you have to drive the bus body. The bus body, you can't see anything in it in the third-person view. It's miserable. Yeah, paddle shifter is hugely right. It's just that, yeah, like CVTs is the one I was thinking of, and then yeah, like pure electrics, right? Yeah, CVT was the one I was thinking of. Like, where it's not, like not a like we think of their boxes exactly. I also learned in this past year, right, like about about that they're like when a car novice is going to recognize, like I'm familiar with gear shifts that can hit every gear, but like racing gear shifts in video games, right, like they're always like linear, like first, second, third, fourth, fifth. I learned this year that that's not a video game convention. That's actually like how racing transmissions work. It's just like it is a simpler transmission mechanism to make it so you can only move up one or down one stage at a time, right? And that is a thing that is done in racing, right? Like as opposed to, like, normal thing. Yeah, I mean, it's like lots of things are the physical actions of doing things. Yeah, paddle shifters, I know about those. I don't know the details about them again. Like, I'm not a gear. My brother is, right, like very into. I am not a gear. Learned a lot of stuff off and on. When your vision is just barely good enough to be able to drive, it doesn't endear you to being into drive. That's just my circumstance. But yeah, your show kind of like these, like the emperor, the old emperor and the new emperor racing, right? Like this is them kind of like kind of driving out their feelings, like in the sense of kind of like, eating your feelings, right? Like kind of, or like punching your feelings. The two of them are racing their feelings out. Head to Heaven Hill, which is that one. Now we have to head up the actual whole grounds to get. Get up with them. Yeah, my brother, the one I said was kind of mechanical minded, also specifically went out of their way to get a man. Yeah. Yeah, they're There were 4 years or so when I did not test good enough for night driving, and it is really bad to kind of live in the suburbs and then be like, yeah, in the winter you have to be home if like 4:30. Like that's a problem in terms of logistics, right? But yeah, just my vision's never been at that. Like my stopping distances tend to be sharp, right? Like nobody wants to live with someone, wants to drive with someone as 20/40 vision. Hey, like that is a harrowing experience for a passenger. We're 2.2 as our PWR. And switching to that MR, we dropped like a good 100 kilograms, right? Like just switching to that the MR frame. The uphill. Respectable, but yeah. Buddy, you're not going to be able to get my turbo at speed. If you lose either of them, like these guys just kind of yell at you. Like, what are you doing? You can't possibly mean to lose here, right? Like get back on it, buddy. Instead of having like the retry mechanism, yell at you post game and make you ring. Like we're about to see, because I completely flub this race. I drive fine, it's just, again, can't give up yet. Take this lost line down. Get angry. Steal back your victory. I can't get to Manabu without beating Miharu first. Other rules. And one all you want, it's not going to change anything. Ooh. Access. Have the faster. Back on. How is that so powerful? Ridiculous. How are you allowed to put cams, 2 turbos, negative pistons, and a cam? Those numbers are just... seen this, so I don't have to watch it again. Our rate ratio 1.6. Pretty dumb. This is why I say that most powerful build in this game is just going to be Pile of goddamn turbos, pistons, and nope. Ow. Ow. I'm trying to throw away the game. I like the car you're allowed to build in this game is, you know, not physically realistic, but it's a video game. It's just funny. And the game itself tells you that, like, you know, these pistons are good for turbos and bad for cams, and these are good for cams, bad for turbos. No, doesn't matter. Like, the turbo good pistons are also just fine for cams. I like also work with cams. Fully understand. I understand turbos. I do not understand cams. Actually, I understand turbos and super. Yeah. Voices. The acting. It feels like that when you have the lightest, fastest car you could possibly have in this game. It's a lot. You are allowed to. There's a concept of like more power than like you can handle. You are absolutely allowed to have more power than you can. We buy Dublin. I don't. Technically, low comp 1 has higher numbers. Wild. I don't need any of this. Yeah, we've just raced the guy that doesn't know anything. Grant me more speed! Hey there, kid! Yeah, this, like, sounds like there, but, like, the voice is getting to ask the questions to Manabu there. So, you're definitely deep in story mode. 1.6 power to weight ratio, and that's not even the biggest. Like there is a body that is better than this, and it's actually on this mountain. Get it? There's not really a chassis better. There is definitely an engine better. And we're going to get not that engine, but the engine right below it. There's a couple of engines that you could argue are better. Game has some V8s, 10s, and 12s. But the best all-arounder is a twin turbo. Where it's kind of like, oh, need for your turbos, you know, or turbo aspiration. There is a hybrid supercharger / turbo as well as a number of twin turbos of their own that can go in slots. So yeah. And then yeah, there is stuff to handle like rotary engine type things, right? Like a carburetors, right? Like the ways that you would tune a rotary versus the ways that you would turn other types, like the ways you would turn carbureted for types, right? Like there are parts there for those things. It's just the game letting you stack turbos like it does. Like just you can't stack carburetors, right? You can't stack, right? Like flywheels, right? Like you can't stack that sort of thing, right? So anyway, finally gonna confess your sins, and to me of all people. Manabu, I don't have much time left. I'm dying. Longest time they wouldn't tell me. Just find out the truth. Crack doctor gave up on me, so I packed up and came back to Hakone. Gonna go out racing, but every minute I have left in is shattering my limit. Till my cold dead hands are ripped off the wheel. Damn! Seat will make a nice coffin, I bet. Yeah, rotary. Yeah, engines can be very neat sometimes. The kind of rotary pistons are very cool conceptually. Very cool. Garbage. Don't want garbage. And the rotary makes perfect sense to me, right? Like, but yeah, it's kind of a wild concept to be the first one to come up with it. And long years. Those memories need to be forgotten. One who didn't forget is dead. Murdered. Fastest legends behind the killings? It wouldn't surprise me. Where's the guy that was fast? Need to concur with the truth on Diablo 2. Out north, deep in the snowy mountains of Hokkaido. Someone waiting to give you. It was my job to give you the hurt to do it, but I thought it would be better if I kept this from Ike. I've done my part, now destiny is in you. Yeah. I understand why that's like that, why that is such a wild thing. I agree. Right, like it is a wild and cool concept. It makes sense, but how would somebody have come up with it the first time? I can't tell you. Good old Wankel rotary engines. I am you. It has always been this way. Got the blue puffy coat version of you spinning in the background. We get to interrogate the voice again, taking over my body. Also, he's carrying a lead pipe. Something? This game does a lot of plan to go. We are going north. When did you have a say in this? Down the north. Didn't you just hear him? Oda told you to go north to find your answers. Happened to you 10 years ago. It's, like I said, it's been a ghost story for a few nights now. Inside me in this quest for yourself. I was doing a pretty good job of framing this for the audience. The buck stops here. So yeah, Show thinking he's kind of bot hopping. Anyway, a night is completed. You want to save on this one. Next. Entity is receded. Rolled through a broken monitor. Endless ocean of dream. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of kind of poetry. The translator's work is really impressive. Impressed with that. Yeah, we are headed to Kaido. Basically drawn on the back of a Yokohama GP post. Yeah, the translation is a couple years old. Not old at all, no. I picked it up the beginning of this year and like February-ish time frame. Early February. Something like it. But in some ways it feels like I've played this game for a very long time. When in reality I haven't even known about it.
Flip the wraps, flip the trap.
It's a weird experience. Weird way to think. Yeah, this game is definitely challenging. But much like many RPGs, gives you the tools to outlet problems, right? Like to some degree, but not. There are a couple of places where it really demands that you at the game. That's difficult. That's hard, right? Like it's just... Oh yeah, the C1 Roadstars have interfered in our quest. C1 Roadstars are mad that we didn't go for their fastest unit BS. They force you onto the C1. I drive there rather. And yeah, the rep is in the gutter because it doesn't exist. I mean, I'm not going anywhere since you guys boxed me in, buddy. Like you. Why are you using the word go time? That's Keisuke's word. Yeah, this game doesn't have any difficulty scaling structure. It's kind of play it on emulator, use save states. Save state in the middle of a race if you need to. Do the dishes twice. That's do the dishes twice is kind of my summary way of saying, run the dishwasher twice, kind of like saying that there are many times you will put arbitrary restrictions on yourself, right? Like because of some sort of believed norm, right? Like don't, right? Like you're like, oh no, I ran the dishwasher and the dishes are still dirty because I didn't pre-wash them and I feel terrible about it. Just run the dishwasher. And like just do it the way that works and don't worry about, right? Like how it's supposed to be. Just worry about play a game, use save states, right? Like there's no arbiter out there that deserves to have an opinion about that. This E1 loop very tight. It's also very long. Why? I'm going to be asked to race it again, and we're just said the reason we're racing this one because A, we have to address this, and B, it has the engine we're going to steal. Steal this jerk's engine, and it's going to be the engine we use. Not it is not the most powerful engine. It's not right like even the most powerful engine in its conceptual class, but it is more than good. That's all. Better of a lead coming into the last section. Yeah. Yeah, like I mentioned, the way the game let you map the gas to the tricks is very I'm going to equip it, I'm not going to equip any. So we just beat the guy that we beat in the, we beat that guy in the GP as well. Now we're looking up at Tokyo Tower Ice. I don't know. Actually happened. Somebody else showed. Here comes fastest rate. Chance at what? Chance at having a Diablo. What? Koji. After that. Longer if you curb your curiosity. How it isn't. Mr. Toad. Welcomes. Bye. Yes, you love me. Welcome to a really long-a-thon. A month-long marathon. Look at all those stats. There was always that thing about the fifth gear taking the turn thing. This is the guy he did that at. That too. He made those moves. dead. The guy that the ghost in your head dead. Like, is according to this guy. Another one of the old guard. And yeah, this is Racing Lagoon. It is a Squaresoft-made racing RPG, released and set in 1999, same year that Tokyo Extreme Racer was. Both of them owing some degree of their kind of zeitgeist to Initial D and Wangan Midnight, two successful anime/manga properties a few years earlier. Both games kind of grip a certain degree of style. This one Direction, and Tokyo Extreme Racer. I'm trying to make the camera do a better job of capturing. How the War of Yokohama ended. Oh, now it's a war. Red Moon shone bright. Called it a Crimson Sea. Accent was the end of the street racing line. Birth of the legend. All right, great. Race against Choji. No, we won't actually. I'm not really interested in racing that 2-minute long circuit. Anybody. Especially not with without my gear equipped. E-equipped specifically because we expect to lose. Cancel out as the game lets me. You have to wait it out, but it's still 30 seconds. 30-some seconds faster. Let's give up. Yeah, it's the game's heavy SUVs are called Elephant. And yeah, he's just in an elephant. But I'm gonna give up in a minute and a half, because that's how long it takes for the game to speed running. Driving that distance. And technically, right, like it saves us, but look, like it saves us like 45 seconds. Yeah, saves us 45 seconds to not bother racing. As the fastest lap time there, right? Like is what I would get again in theory, or something close to it. Yeah, saves time to lose. We just set ourselves up so that losing doesn't hurt any real way. Yeah, you're allowed to give up at 133 and change, right? Like not 133 on the nose, but it has to be a bit after it. I don't know why. Yeah, that. I don't understand why it doesn't work at 133 on the nose. Weird. Bye! So for the second time this run, we're just gonna sit here while the game auto scrolls through what it thinks is a race. Look at that! Look at that elephant drift. Are you trying to chase it down? Feels like you're just sitting at the starting line there, buddy. It's supposed to be a hood view here, but like I'm not going anywhere. Just stay. Yo, funny. Yo, funny. Anyway. Yep. Plus the other garbage tires. Fine. I'll buy new tires in a second anyway. Next thing we do is make it to Toon Shop Icefield. And yeah, the ghost in our head is of somebody who's dead. Right? Like the whatever it is inside of us, the hitchhiker inside of him is dead. Right? Like, so like, yeah, sure reads like a ghost story. Still reads like a ghost story. And being like, this fact must come as a shock to him because he grew silent. I was in the driver's seat of my body and my car. Started street racing just to pass the time. Back then. Back when? The game's narrative has a very loose understanding of the concept of passage of time. Yep. That'll track. The 9th night has been completed. 9th midnight. We are getting close. Here I am. So yeah, we just took off north to Hokkaido. And then this is where the game's like grip on time truly becomes unhinged. Just like, yeah, like I don't know how many days I'm driving. I barely know where I am. Right? Like I won the Yokohama GP, drove into the mountains, and then drove off north. And who knows? Like roadside motel. I had the dream that never comes true. Yeah, like Joe is deep into whatever this is. There's the show of the puffy jacket. There's the Diablo 2 Zeta. Or another coffee to keep me awake. Names must be a clue. Not saving here. Graham. Sure am. Snow. You seem unbelievable, this guy. Unbelievable. Here, coming up on my favorite splash screen in the game. Not this one. This is the 10th night. The Pain of Destiny. Real winter wonderland, baby. Forget Hill. National. Made it to Forget Hill. Forget Hill. Ow. Cyclones, I'm even waiting for anything to happen. Any splink foot. Enter when I'm ready. Trust me. So yeah, the game gives you access to a snow opal for get rewards for snow driving practice, and of course get you a shop as well. Again, this is a place where the game builds in structure behind it. Again, being very open. Its RPG nature. Expect from experts. Alright. They're gonna buy the Mark IV chassis. Get our 4x5. Buy both interns. Devil decal. Why you would adds 1,250 rev limit, and you don't want to go that high. So weird. Look at that. Disgusting. Tires. Okay. Not buying snow tires. Especially since this base is not. So yeah, we have 6 turbos on the car. 2 in turbos, and the engine itself is a 6 turbos Minus 2 pistons. Out camshaft. Yeah, we came here because an Abu pointed us here. Play some music, hymns. Shaking. Heater is barely functional. Yeah, no, that's actually very true. Very blue pieces of weight. Doing in a place like this? Exile himself here as to protect his humanity? It's all very anime. Too godlike to live among the unwashed masses? Oh no. Having Frank Arcadia as there. Not more. Ugh. Diablos! disk! The floppy disk! Here's a Forgotten Hill. This is my favorite splash screen. Sadly, it sounds like I'm going to be having trouble seeing it. Mechanism.